Welcome to Paranormal M, where every step is a step into the eerie unknown. Hit that subscribe button and enable notifications to follow our newest haunting stories. Prepare for some thrilling content. My insane paranormal experience that we continued to investigate. So, I found this subreddit off of a YouTube video of people reading the stories of others. Most don't even compare to the hell I walked into this night at all. I have the videos of part of it, and nobody ever believes me when I show them. So, if anybody would want it for proof, email me. We can discuss what this thing is that we ran into years ago, what it could have been. So the year is 2011. It's July. I'm 17. I'm going to my senior year, so of course, me and my friends all feel pretty invincible. At this time in my life, I'm religious. My brother, who we're going to call Sam, was not. I decided I would prove to him so that there is something or someone out there. And they would go to any length besides a Ouija board to show him. This led us on a ghost hunt all through Pennsylvania where we live. Now in Pennsylvania, it's all fields and woods outside of the main cities. And we're pretty much all from the woods, so walking through them at night looking for these things was never a creepy ordeal, until the day we found what we were looking for. It was a summer night, as I said, July, so decently warm. Sam and I were back out looking for whatever we could find locally, which was nothing, so as we were waiting for my friend, who we'll also call Steve, they showed up. We don't see him often, so we were telling him that we're doing pretty well, and my friend about 45 minutes from here told me that there's a house out by his, this man is way out in the woods. So this house that he's talking about is too, so we asked why he thinks this house is haunted. John told us that he said when he was a child or an early teen, he entered his house with a friend. As they walked through the living room and the rocking chair turned and it faced them, then it started to rock. Well, they'd never gone back since. Of course, we were in, and by the time another friend had joined us, who we're going to call Hiroki. So Sam, Steve, Hiroki, and I go up to Steve's friend's house. We knocked at around 10:30 p.m. on a Saturday night. He was confused as to why we were all here so late. Once we told him, pretty hesitant to show us to go with. At this point, I'm scared. We had not been to a place like this one yet, and with a backstory from a person and not from some online forum. So the layout of this house for the story is very important. Looking from the road to the front of the house, the home is built into the hill behind it, so you can enter the upstairs by going up the driveway or the front door by just walking over to it the same as ground level. So we walk around what we can, and due to the overgrown thorns and trees, we walk up the driveway into the upper floor. The first room is a sunroom full of dead leaves from years prior, broken windows, a sort of wooden stand that came up about waist level. I'm about 5'10", so just picture it if it helps. After leaving that room, you're met with a stairway that leads downstairs, or a hallway with a bathroom to the left of it. And at the end of the hallway are 3 bedrooms. The left one is completely empty. The middle one is again empty, beside another stand in the third room. The third room has 2 bunk beds with, some of the beds are still kind of made, and the curtains coming off the windows to the bed frame and all wrapped around it. It's sort of wrapped in a decorative way. So now I'm really freaked out. This house is a shithole. It's in the middle of nowhere, abandoned, old, and worn down. Why is this room so neat? So as we're leaving this room, there's like a thud from it. We keep moving and head downstairs, mainly to not be trapped where we were. Going down the stairs, you end up in the living room. To the left is the kitchen, and to the right is the front door. The kitchen has a basement entrance and an outside sort of stormway in. They're called storm doors. That way they could store firewood and such in there. We look through everything. Nothing's happening. My heart is still in my throat. As we all just kind of conjure in the kitchen, there's a thud again. Now in the kitchen, we all freeze, just staring blankly. pointing at least 3 of our spotlights into the kitchen and just waiting. Now walnuts, ceiling tiles, and shower curtain rings that were on the kitchen floor literally started flying off the ground and into the walls in random directions. I instantly turned and jumped out of a window leading to the front porch, absolutely petrified. Ran onto the road about 30 feet from the porch and waited for my friends. After this, I was done. Not a single part of me ever wanted to go back into this place, but I did. I did many, many, many times, and it only got worse. This night I entered the house 4 times. Upon going in the second time, we went in the front door. Shortly after entering the house and sitting in the living room, a shoe, like an old worn-down dress shoe, comes flying down the stairs like an MLB pitcher. We all jumped, shined our lights up the stairs. Now remember that stand in the sunroom? Yeah, that stand came out of the sunroom, slammed into the wall upstairs so hard it broke through the drywall, and again, we just ran. Now part 3 is where shit starts to get way, 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 way worse. It's also the only moment I recorded. This part and the 4th time entering. So if you want to see this, I'll upload this section of it. But anyways, we go back in and look up the stairs. There's this wooden stand. From behind the stand, a ceiling tile broke off, and the ceiling sort of flew down at us. Shortly after, the stand gets ripped back into the sunroom and run. Steve's the last one out, directly behind me. We were the last 2 out of the house this time. And on the way out, we heard an insanely high-pitched scream. That's the best way I can describe it. And as it happened, a big piece of glass smashed next to Steve on his way out. The 4th and final time we entered this night fucks with me to this day. As I'm typing it, my hair's standing up. And long story short, we end up in the kitchen. I'm so scared, I'm refusing to move, and I just stayed directly in the middle with my spotlight so I could have a 360 view and run whichever way is opposite of whatever the fuck this thing is. And that's all within maybe 15 seconds the storm door opens up. Opens up so hard the top hinge breaks. The only light bulb just left in the kitchen light breaks too. The basement door then closes. Then the part that will forever haunt me more than any other thing in this home. A glass mason jar that was to the right of me on the ground floats up into the air. It floats over towards me at about elbow level. It smashes off of my foot. Then the same scream, blood-curdling, crazy high-pitched, happens again. I scream too, and at this point it's every man for himself. We all heard it this time. When I got out of the house, I kept running until I got back to the car. Upon getting to my car, I realized, holy shit, my right ear is ringing like I just fired a rifle without earplugs. But my left isn't. The jar smashed off my right foot, came up my right side. Was this thing literally next to me that close? That was enough for me. I got home that night absolutely mind-fucked. I had no idea what to think anymore at this point. Fast forward a few weeks and we're back in school. Nobody believes us. So what do? We go back. And this time things got worse. We all decided beforehand to scope the place out again. Then we'll all meet, sit in the living room so nobody's alone. Nobody's cut off. Everybody's close to as many ways out as possible. I sat on the fold-out bed from the couch with Sam. Steve had sat in a rocking chair. Hiroki was not with us. My other brother, who we're going to call Ellie, was in another chair. We had 3 other people with us whose names don't really matter. But shortly after getting there and showing them around the place, things again started coming up off the ground and flying in random directions. This time it's not all at once, just one thing every so often. Now this is where stuff started to change. As we sat in total darkness. Only turned on spotlights when we got frightened or heard something. Turned my spotlight on randomly. More than once, just 'cause. Well, I'm scared, but one time I did find my feet having been tied together. I never even felt it. It's totally 100% dark. The only person next to me is on the same bed. Sam couldn't have moved without me feeling it. Well, I untie it and I sit up. Once I stood up, my hoodie I had on just drops as my brother's hood lifts up over his head. Now again, I'm scared as hell. We all turn our lights on, look around, and find nothing. This time we're all just sort of sitting down, and a can, like a normal-looking soup can, came from some direction and hit one of the people who brought with us so hard in the hand his knuckles were bleeding and the can was dented. Rocks from the basement started flying into the wall, as if somebody in the basement just started throwing them. Again, at some crazy MLB speed into the wall across from it. We ran into the kitchen and shined our light into the basement. There's still no one, nobody at all. Me, still scared, stayed back with the people we had brought and never checked the basement. As soon as we all got back in the living room, which was 100% visible from the kitchen, it had an open floor style to the downstairs, we heard a big boom above us. Now, this is all happening within maybe 5 minutes. We go upstairs to the room with just bunk beds. Can't get in. The door's jammed. At this point, we decided might as well SWAT team style kick this door in. And as we did, the bunk beds slid. The bunk beds were in front of the door. Both of them. There's no way to enter this room without coming through a window. No way out without jumping out of a window. There's no way somebody could have done all that. We ran full sprint back downstairs out of fear once again. The one recliner that was next to the rocking chair is now in front of the front door. Don't even hear it move. Looked for scuff marks on the floor or like a line like it was like drugged due to how dirty the place was, but should have been pretty easy to see, but there was none. We left. Now the story of this place has hit most of the people in our grade. Small town with just 140 people in my graduating class, but still a good amount of people. We decided that we would take just a few more. At this point, I've been to this house a lot. My nerves have calmed down and I know what to expect, or so I thought. Hiroki, Steve, Sam, and Ellie and I all enter. The guy who lived close by and the 3 friends from school again too. This night was the last night I went into the home. Nothing was happening, nothing at all. That was until Hiroki went up to this sign on the wall that said, "World's Greatest Grandma." Proceeds to rip it off the wall, and almost on call, it was like a tornado started in the kitchen. Things were flying in every which direction, and for the first time in a long time I heard the same insane, unexplainable scream. I was out along with everyone else. And then, of course, we just went back in. What I wouldn't do to have a mindset I did at 17 again. After we went back in, we all took seats in the living room again. I chose the bed again. Now, Sam and Ellie are in the definition of being daredevils. Really never showing fear, even if they're scared as hell. They decided it's smart to go upstairs alone. But Hiroki followed. Now it's just me and 3 other people, plus the guy who lived close by. That was until he decides to join the upstairs crew. So while downstairs, I'm alone on my side of the living room as they're all in random chairs and such on the other side. As they're all upstairs, we hear stuff in the kitchen again, just like before. I instantly shined my light into the kitchen to see this thing, black, completely black. It was slender and insanely tall, like so tall I never saw its face. Even with the area on it, I shined my light, which mind you is a spotlight. It's a large beam. All I could see was a torso and dangling arms, no waist, legs, or head. As soon as my light hit it, though, I didn't care to see the rest of it, because what I saw was enough. I was out. Screaming and yelling, I left that place. I never saw it again. Never want to. I've never heard the scream again, and I don't want to either. But it doesn't end here. And this last part, sort of all of a coincidence, or at least that's what I'm saying. Sam took his then-girlfriend at the time, a friend of ours that we all called Vic, to his girlfriend as well. But they went up to play a Ouija board in the home. The board didn't move for any single question, as I'm not sure what they had asked, but the only one it did reply, it had them shook bad. They asked who would die first. The board spelled Sam. This was late 2013, and in November 2014, Sam was diagnosed with cancer. He fought for almost a year with a 3% chance of living, multiple surgeries, and ultimately entire organ transplants. Sam walked out and is still with us today. Closest person to me as well, besides as my child, but either way, I could go on forever about this house. So many things happened, and it's the best Spark Note one I believe I can do. If anybody has a similar story or would like the footage I have, which is of the wooden desk and be in the kitchen where you can hear the screams and see the door fly open, please reply. I'd like answers if anybody has any. This memory still makes me get chills, so my hair stood up on end to this day, like 7 years later. Still, the most insane experience of my life. My imaginary teacher. The weird thing is, Matute was not real. I know there's a lot of stories with imaginary friends, but this one is, I think, curious rather than scary. I grew up on the jungle side of my country, a zone very close to Brazil with my grandparents. They had this beautiful orchard which led to a small laundry room at the end of the house. My sister and I spent a lot of time there just playing and running, but most of the time I'm the oldest one and would just tell her that she had to leave. That was since my class was about to start. I was like 3 or 4 years old. Since the town was so small, I wasn't even going to preschool at the time. To here, everything seems cool. Just 2 kids and an imaginary friend. But things started to get weird when my parents and grandparents noticed I was genuinely learning stuff. Things they hadn't taught me or my sister. When they ask me who taught me that, I'll always smile and tell them that Matute teaches me everything. Things got even more weird when I wasn't just learning stuff like names of animals and planets or some basic math concepts. But I could tell when somebody would come to the house or tell my grandmother that somebody will look for her later on that day. And as before, when they ask me how I knew I'll respond, Matute knows and he tells me. My mother told me once that I told her I was sad because Matute told me that my grandparents were about to get ill, which indeed did happen. He said it was a secret my grandma couldn't know. She naturally got scared and told me not to listen to him. I haven't seen my imaginary friend since we moved to the city. I haven't been able to tell any future events or learn stuff by myself, like with Matute since then. So, my question is, can a child generate knowledge such as the one I had from nowhere? Has anyone experienced something alike? Or is it that something was truly teaching me, and about the future things as well? Reaching through the veil. When someone close to you dies, it seems to put you into another vibe and things happen. When my father died, there were a few things I couldn't put it all into one story, because if I did, then this would be an obscenely long post. So I'm going to share one thing for now, write more about it in other posts. This happened a few months after he passed. My roommate that moved in when he passed away had a vivid dream that I'd sort of rearranged my whole house so that the acoustics would be best possible for playing music. There was a certain spot that I was extremely adamant in the dream about putting the drum set. My friend wasn't aware at the time that my father and I had already had this discussion when he was alive. We'd already had the talk about the placement of the drums being in that spot. She hasn't got one musical bone in her body, so there's no way she could have come up with this herself. The perfect placement for the drums was in the dining room facing the back slider doors. And in her dream, that's where they would go, which would require basically the whole house to be rearranged. I took the dream to mean that it's time to move the furniture. Spend 2 days rearranging. When all was said and done, we were sitting and admiring our accomplishments. And then, it happened. My father's guitar was in its hard case. It was positioned on its edge or side rather than laying flat. The edges are about maybe 7 or 8 inches wide. It's been sitting like that for days. When we noticed it moving, we both watched it as it slowly rocked from one side to the other. It would go one way, rest there for a second, then come back the other way, rest on the other edge for a second. and this happened for a few minutes. I assumed it was the cat or something, and I called for the cat to come out from behind the guitar case. No cat came. My roomie then tells me all the animals are outside at that time. Got up, looked behind the case, and while I was still rocking back and forth, no animals there to be the cause. When it stopped, I moved it by myself to match what it was doing before to see if it could, see really what could have caused it. To match the movement, I had to tilt it one way, hold it on its edge, then slowly move it to the other way, hold it on its edge for a few seconds, and then back the other way. No windows open for it to be the wind, and if you pushed it and let it rock itself back into place, the rocking would be somewhat fast and settle back into a position rather quickly. This rocking was slow and calculated, like taunting. It would go one way, rest on the edge, and then stall. Then go back the other way and rest on the edge and stall, repeatedly for several minutes. I know it was the old man. I was so happy to know that he had been there. Some interesting stories from Belarus. We're from a small but rich anomalous country in the middle of Europe. Me and my friend Ilya were researchers of the paranormal. We've been doing this for over 15 years. Here are some stories from our expeditions. Perhaps you've heard of similar things. Sorry about the automatic translation. Story number 1 of Michael's superpowers. This story about human superpowers was told to us by Mikhail, a resident of a farmhouse located at the wilderness of Pervin Marshes. The swamp is there on 900 acres. Their small house is located in a small hill in the epicenter. Up to 12 years old, Michael didn't even get out into civilization. He lived with only his mother and was engaged in housekeeping, a little bit of forestry. He grew up literally like Mowgli among the animals. Mowgli. What else to do if there was no electricity, telephone, radio, or even postmen? They didn't visit them in the house. Mikhail told us that since childhood he'd had a very good intuition. Before talking to his peers, he thought that this was a common phenomenon for any person. Mikhail could feel any person approaching their farm from about a kilometer away. According to him, in the area of the solar plexus, he had a sweet feeling that had a delicate light green color. From this glow in the brain came information who was approaching and on which path. Misha warned his mother that he was running away to meet a friend of Lenka's, for example. She was very surprised when her friend came to the house together after a few minutes. Another superpower was the ability to tune into a dead relative's or neighbor's canal. But this channel was one way. One could hear a relative talking to somebody, but it was impossible to enter into dialogue with him or her. One day, Mikhail remembered a Polish neighbor who had died. He seemed to speak Polish from the next room. When the boy walked into the room, of course, there was no one there. Usually such cases happened on the anniversary of memory when a mother and her son remembered the kind words of their deceased relatives. These abilities accompanied a teenager under 15. Then girls and alcohol came to his life. Super hardness disappeared forever, and did not recover even when as an adult man, Mikhail decided to get rid of the above-mentioned obstacles. Also, Michael told the story of the meeting with the Yeti. The events took place under the sunset of the Union. Mikhail went to the next village by car. That's Moskvich 2140. The car was old, so the man constantly pressed on the accelerator and tried not to stop. Goes in the evening on the forest road. Behind another car, catches up. He looks and animals come out of the forest ahead of him. Any driver would have stopped in advance, and his old car, he won't start. So Mikhail drove slowly towards the animals. He decided to go around them or stop at the very last moment. He comes closer and sees that the animals are very strange. They look like big primates. They went straight ahead on 2 legs, short black hair in the sun. A male was walking ahead 3 meters tall. The female followed him half a meter lower. The primates froze for a moment in the middle of the road and looked at the approaching threat. The man's sweat was made worse by the look of their black, sunken-in eyes. They watched, with almost like a curiosity about how a reasonable creature looked. Then they accelerated a little so they wouldn't get caught up in the unfortunate Astomobile. As a result, a car with a petrified driver drove 5 meters away from the hominids, drove smoothly around the corner, and there safely stalled. A few seconds later, a second car arrived. A disturbed man flew out of him and started yelling. "Did you see that? Did you see it?" Mikhail said, "I saw it from afar. I thought it was a moose." "What, a fucking moose? We're running away before we're eaten." Mikhail jumped into the car with his neighbor and the men ran away. Story number 2. Another meeting with Bigfoot. The meeting itself took place in the area around 2012. But all this time, the witness, Alexander, didn't tell anybody except those close relatives and friends about it. We were informed about it by his daughter, having stretched thus the bridge of trust between researchers and the person who has faced the inexplicable phenomenon and has automatically decided not to bear it onto somebody else in the family circle. Below, we present the literal story of Alexander and the possible reconstruction of the creature. I went there to get mushrooms. It was 4 years ago, somewhere in early August. We drove into the woods to this place. We left the car, my wife moved toward the lake. I looked around and there weren't many mushrooms, just started to call my wife, Lena, let's go. Let's move on. She went far away and didn't hear. I'm picking mushrooms and calling my wife next. I see it's like a burned tree. Black, absolutely. Here, as they say after the fire, you see a tree. I didn't pay attention and I'm going further. The tree stands still. I came up and thought, well, I'll see. I was kind of attracted by something. I put my head up and there's a big head, like 3 times bigger than mine, like a monkey's head. A low forehead, big eyes looking at me, literally 3 meters away. So he looks at me and my face is so kind, not scary, and kind of pleasant, not evil at all. I wasn't scared. Overgrown and black, and my face is black too. My lips, nose seem to be human and a big head. But I haven't seen my torso, as you might say. I didn't see any hands or legs. I wanted to talk even. But I just said, like, wow in Russian. As I just said, he went missing instantly. I wasn't there in front of my eyes at all, just disappeared. Then he went on. On the right side, the pine trees are high. To the lake there. There's no wind, the weather's nice and quiet. And these trees so disperse and converge, toward the lake. 50 meters from the car. All this moment went towards the lake, like a whirlwind. There was no more after that. My wife came, but for some reason I wasn't lucky after that. Not that I was touched inside or scared. I punched a wheel in one place, sat down. We drove further along the road here, the forest road. So what did you think was a tree? Disappeared too? No, it wasn't a tree. It was the torso, and it just disappeared from sight. 3 meters, maybe even more, was the height. The circumference wasn't so big, like 60 centimeters. The head is exactly with the body, an overgrown head like this. Or there could be short hair. This is the thick hair, or he was standing sideways, but the main was that I couldn't see my hands or feet. He pressed them down to torso. If anybody understood that, let me know what that meant. Story number 3. Ghost from the Monastery. We found a new mystical attraction in Nesviz. And the point is not even that there in the former cells, chapels, and parcels of the Barnardine Monastery, live-in study 360 young girls. And it's not that in this pedagogical college, the most stylish library in the country, there is in the photo. And not that in the monastery crypts found several treasures and remains of the family Razdivas, not in the photo. The fact is that this place is just a museum of all kinds of miracles that are still happening. This otherworldly abundance was discovered during our research expedition yesterday. Now all the miracles are in order. Elia Butov found an article in the archives about a poltergeist who frightened the guests of the dormitory in the 90s and arranged in the former Nesv monastery. Now the monastery has a teacher training college named after Jacob Kolas. The headmaster of the school kindly invited us to visit. Said that she would try to find witnesses. We went to Nesvis with as much hope as we could of success. And upon arrival of this site, we felt like all cats fell into a vat of sour cream. That does not sound like a good feeling. We'd never seen so many amazing stories concentrated in one place in our ufological practice. Ilya recorded everything on a tape recorder and later will prepare a detailed story of everything I witnessed and publish it into a website. Now I will list some miracles from our memory that are unrelated to the feeling of cats falling into sour cream. 1. At noon, a janitor from the dormitory with a colleague and several students saw how a white cloud flew out of the closet. And along the corridor, the janitor's colleague said that he saw something like this for the second time. The janitor's wardrobe and the janitor's room are on the photo. Pupils living in the rooms of the monastery constantly hear strange sounds. The church choir, prayers, crying babies. Different people hear it in different places. We videotaped the story of 3 girls. The last time we heard the prayers and the crying of children, it was 6 a.m. this Monday. Photographs. Photographs taken inside the monastery's halls often show reflections or shadows in the form of human figures. One of such photos will be sent to us soon. 2 girls were photographed in an empty assembly hall, and then noticed on the computer screen that a girl was sitting in a chair at the end of the hall. 4. We were shown a hook with a painting, Lenin on an armored car, hanging on it for a long time. In the photo there was an empty pink wall with like a hook. This picture was constantly falling. It was falling with the rumble of its fall, frightening night watchmen. Both the hook and the thread were in place. It was as if somebody was shooting the picture and throwing it at the floor. There's no railroad nearby, and children don't live in that room. During excavations in the basement of the monastery, our witness, a former gymnast, told us that he and his students had found 2 human bones and 2 sealed bottles of Polish vodka from the Tsar's time next to them. The photo shows this room with miniature golf. Now a strange, oily liquid stands out. It sort of hangs in a small yellowish droplet in the sort of inner vaults of the room. Local teachers call it the tears of nuns. In another basement room in the 90s, some crooks found a copper vat full of medieval utensils. The vat was so huge and heavy that it was difficult to load it into the car. The crooks generally pulled the boat over in Nesvis at night, but a vigilante grandmother noticed all of it, called the police. Now all the vat stuffing as well as the above-mentioned bottles of vodka became exhibits of the museum. In the current relaxation room, there's a blue bedspread with beds on the photo. Before, there's a whole attraction with spontaneous falling objects. This attraction was extended to the next gym. Everything that was bad or standing on the floor fell on its own. Dishes, foodstuffs, slippers, etc. That's all I've remembered now on the hottest trail, although we've recorded such stories, at least 10 of them. Ilya also called the night watchman of the college and recorded the stories. As new information becomes available, I'll share information with you. It seems that we accidentally came across a safe house of the real Nesvishoko production, which has escaped from the castle. escaping from a stream of distrustful tourists. But in college, this ghost is loved and considered all his leprosy a good sign, pushing to comprehend the new secrets of the universe. Sorry, I'm so tired of writing. I'll tell you the following stories briefly. And here I am trying to understand what I've read so far, but continuing onward anyway. Story number 4, Ball Lightning Nest. We found a village with a nest of ball lightning bolts, and they flew out of the nest, followed the villagers from the surrounding villages. Story number 5, Reptiloid Shelter. 2 buddies saw balloons above the village. That's from which the dim light came. At night they found a rookery and a figure at the tail in the hayloft barn. The figure glowed with the same murky light as the balloons. Friends were scared, but at the same time they kind of went to check the figure twice. She was on the same spot until the morning. Then the figure disappeared, and in the sky again began to fly balloons. These balloons were also seen by other villagers. Alien Alphabet. Our eyewitness hasn't seen the aliens themselves. He just woke up in a tent where someone remotely showed him strange pictograms or symbols of his alphabet. Realizing that a person doesn't speak the intergalactic language, strangers simply scanned his glowing grid, bringing a rather painful feeling to the Earthling. Absolutely similar cases of symbolic transmission intents were recorded twice in Russia and once in Latvia. Someone is trying to get in touch with the Earthlings very persistently. I can't believe I'm even posting this, but years ago it seems my family got signs from my mom who passed in 2007. My mom passed in 2007. I was 13, my brother was 10, my dad was 46. My mom was 47 when she died after a 4-year-long ovarian cancer battle. Growing up, my family had always been interested in the paranormal. My mom and I would watch movies that addressed the paranormal, and she'd say things like, "If I die, I want to give you signs like that. But I don't want it to be creepy." About 2 years after she died, my dad, brother, and I went to Costco to pick out a new big screen TV. My dad's obsessed with Costco, so he always goes all out. And in this case, he decided to purchase 2 big screen TVs and see which one he preferred. He then returned the other TV after he decided. Both TVs were delivered to our home and placed next to one another in the basement. They sat there for longer than my dad meant for them to. They weren't flat screens. They had like a box-type structure in the back, and these backs of the TVs began to collect classic TV dust. So one day, my dad, brother, and I went to Six Flags, and when we came home, went into the basement, we noticed that the dust on the back of one of the TVs was my mother's signature. As if she'd taken her finger and written her signature. Something that was ubiquitous to me as a kid, having seen it on restaurant bills and permission slips. It wasn't just her name written in script. It was her exact signature. If I go back to my childhood home, I believe my dad still has photos on the old computer. Hopefully within the month I can get home and find them to post as a follow-up. But anyway, my dad looked at the signature and smiled and assumed that me and my brother had preferred one TV over the other. Maybe one of us had written the signature as like a clue. But my brother and I were confused. When we saw the signature, we couldn't believe it. We all questioned one another as to who did it. We all had been out at Six Flags all day. I wasn't scared, I felt comforted, honestly. Like similarly, one Christmas, I believe that same year, maybe a year after, in 2009, my family put up Christmas decorations. While the whole family was out together, a similar thing happened. We came home and my mom's stocking was hung up with her stockings. My dad once again noticed and smiled and said, "Who did this?" Very sweet. Nobody had done it. At 25 now, my dad still feels like this was my mom. I've considered that because my mom's interest in the paranormal, that she might have asked me to, make it seem like she was giving signs to my brother and I. My mom and dad, they have their own paranormal experiences themselves. I think my dad would have owned up to it in my adulthood, but he actually found great comfort in these events and got more emotional than I did. So in short, I don't know that there is a subreddit for this. I figured I had something to contribute, but these are some examples of ways I feel like my mom could have contributed paranormally somehow. Ghost at an abandoned train station. So this happened in 9th grade, and after school me and my friends would usually take the tram to get home. And on this particular day it was only me and one of my good friends. Usually we get off the city center, connect with another bus, but on this day, for some reason, we chose to take it to the end stop. We were tired and sleepy from school, I guess. And so we did. But this had now added an hour or so from our already long day, so we were rather keen on getting back home. Though me and my small bladder needed to use the toilet pretty urgently, but luckily my friend knew that there was an old metro train station just beneath where we had gotten off, and this station had a medium-sized red building that served as sort of a waiting area, I suppose. It was a pretty cloudy day outside. Inside this building or house, the lights were off. Not a single soul to be seen, just some ironic foreshadowing. The lighting inside the toilet was fluorescent as well. All this just really sat like with an eerie ambience. I go do my business, but in the midst of all that, I hear my friend just completely breaking down. She screams at me to hurry and to come out. Laugh it off, thinking that she was being dramatic or maybe even playing a prank on me, which wouldn't be crazy and plausible in my defense. But I do eventually come back out and she hits me with, "I just saw a ghost." I'm just stood there thinking, what has gotten into this girl? She's delusional. She stood her ground and guided me to a mirror that was attached to a door. Told me to just stand there and wait. Not even 3 seconds later, this ghost, who was clearly an elderly man, he was like a train driver uniform as well, he comes obliquely from behind and just floated forward, like straight forward through the door. It all happened very quickly, and so at that point, I'm just screaming my lungs out and we spring for the exit. It was a very intense and very interesting set of events, to leave it at that. I've never been opposed to ghosts existing. On the contrary, actually. I've also found it hard to believe that the present themselves, present themselves, at least so similar to real humans. But now I know at least. Have a lot of weird encounters, but I'll start with the most significant one. Bit of a quick off note. I've had tons of odd encounters, but this entity was my first encounter with anything of the paranormal sort. My mom passed away when I was super young, before I even really knew her, so I spent a while with my dad when I was really young. In fact, my earliest memories were living at my grandmother's place. The house was a big house near the beach, and my grandma and grandpa built the house, so nobody had lived there before us. Anyways, I loved that house, but a specific area of the house always made everybody feel uncomfortable. This area was in the basement near a cellar. My memory of back then's kind of foggy because it was so long ago, but I remember spending a lot of time with my grandma. That was since my dad was working and whatnot. Now, we used to pray every night, go to church every Sunday. I was fairly Catholic at the time. Anyway, I remember eventually seeing those shadow people. They looked almost like little skeletal shadows that would peek out from behind doorways and corners, signaling me to follow them. They had glowing eyes and a sharp, almost jagged back, shadowy skeletal body. Now, I remember ignoring them for a long time. But one day, growing curious, I followed them. I saw one near my grandma's room doorway. Walked to the doorway, turning at the corner, and it was gone. Then it reappeared at the stairway to the basement down the hall, signaled me to follow again. I followed it, and again it was gone, and this time appearing at the bottom of the stairs in the basement. As a kid, I was so terrified of the basement, so I didn't follow it. Anyways, some more time passed and eventually curiosity took the better of me. I ended up following it into the basement the next day they showed up. When I turned the corner in the basement, I remember seeing this person. They were towering above me. Then again, being 5 or 6 years old, well, everybody's towering over you. They had a deer skull with horns instead of antlers for a head, wore a big fur cloak, and behind them was darkness. I remember them slowly pointing at me, and then I screamed and ran for it. Right back upstairs. Over the next couple of weeks, I'd see this thing in different places. One time hanging itself off the door, other times standing in the trees near the river. I learned later my family was also getting messed with in, like, the way of weird dreams and odd events like poltergeist shit. But anyways, eventually, stopped seeing this thing in person. Plagued my dreams instead. Couldn't get a good night's sleep without this thing appearing, turning into a nightmare, until sometime I remember someone coming to me in this dream. They told me to fight and to banish this being, so I did. I remember in the dream grabbing a broom handle or stick and hitting this entity when it showed up. The dream seemed to crack and I woke up. Years went by. I forgot about the whole thing. Forgot about it till I was 13 or 14. I was hanging out with some friends and we're just walking back to my buddy's place one night, and I remember his sister turning around and asking, "What's that?" We all turned around. At the end of the street, we all saw this tall entity, deer skull with horns and a big fur coat at the end of the street under one of the lights. My memories came back to me and I just remember saying, "We need to leave." We proceeded to run to my friend's place, and aside from some odd moments like the power going out and doors opening and closing, it seemed to leave us alone. A few months later, I'm in a gymnasium bleachers just watching some sports in my high school, and I suddenly start to feel tired. Now, I was resting kind of against the railing when I almost blacked out, which would have caused me to fall off the railing, and suddenly I saw that deer skull image appear in my mind. I was snapped wide awake. Next few years, it was off and on. I'd see the entity, and some of my friends or my brothers and friends would. When it was around, it always made everything darker, and the smell of mildew would suddenly become very noticeable. He even attacked one of my friends once. That seemed to mostly be a warning to get my friend to back off. He gave me a scar on my wrist that I've had pretty much my whole life now. I moved out of my hometown about a year ago. Kind of figured he was gone, but back in February I was walking home one night and felt a familiar feeling only to look over at the trees and see him standing there. First time I've seen him in a few years, so caught me off guard a bit. Still no idea exactly what it is, though the running theory is a nature spirit of some kind due to the alleged history of the land of my hometown. My best friend's cousin spoke to me. So this happened about a year and a half ago, long before I found the subreddit. My best friend, we'll call her B, and I were sitting on my back patio relaxing and talking. It was a rough day for her, as it was the anniversary of her cousin, and we'll call them Jay's passing. Now, B has had multiple instances of having dreams of certain events before they happen. The night before her cousin died, she had a dream of his death. The two were very close. The evening of his accident, she was invited to go out with her cousin and his friends. She turned the offer down and chose to go home instead. While drinking with some friends, Jay and another boy got into an argument and began to fight. Fortunately, this resulted in his passing. One punch landed just right, exactly how she dreamt it. Years later, she still blames herself for not going out and stopping him from going. They were extremely close, and the loss hit her very hard. I try my best to help console her when the anniversary comes around, but unfortunately I never actually got the chance to meet Jay. Back to that night a year ago. B was reminiscing and again blaming herself for not being there. She was talking, an unfamiliar voice kept repeating a phrase in my ear. "Take me to the sun." So I stopped her, explained what I'd heard. She burst into tears, smiling, but sobbing uncontrollably. When I asked her what was wrong, she told me a story about a time she'd gone fishing with her cousins and some friends. The boys had drank too much and were sluggishly making their way back toward the car, and upon reaching a rather steep hill just before the parking lot, Jay laid down, refusing to move. B, of course, told him to get up, but Jay said no. So B asked, "Where am I going to take you if you're lying there?" So Jay responded, pointed up to the sky, "Take me to the sun." Dealing with some sort of mimic. I recently received a framed print of Roses by Croyer. I adore this painting, which previously hung in an old military meeting hall. My friend swapped it out for another painting for me. The same day I take it home, I'm cooking in the kitchen. I see my bedroom door swing back and forth. Not in the wind, not by a draft, but clearly open all the way. Almost closed all the way, too. Call for my brother without taking my eyes off it, and as soon as he walks up to me and turns, stops dead in the middle of a 45-degree angle. Just a little while later, I'm at said friend's house watching her daughter, who's 14. I send the kid to go get groceries, 10 minutes away. That's why I'm cooking and stuff. I'm singing to myself and just enjoying the moment, and I'm headbanging and shit goes. All I want to say is that they don't really care about us. Michael Jackson. Nice. And clear as a bell from the other side of the house, from my friend's bedroom, I hear a kid's voice, repeating the line to me. I call out for her and then literally call her on the phone, and she picks up and says, "I can't talk, I'm at the register." When she did come home, we checked her bank details, which confirmed she paid the minute after I called her. Me and my brother move and get an apartment. I have a friend visiting and she's in the bathroom and I'm cooking. I always have like a tea towel over my shoulder when I cook to wipe hands and counters and utensils. I hear the bathroom door open and my friend walks behind me and she yanks the towel where it hangs down by my back. I turn and go, "Hey!" But she's not there. And he yanks again. I turn and there's nothing. I say out loud, "Seriously, stop!" And a minute later, my friend comes out from the bathroom and asks who I'm shouting at. My brother says he'll hear me calling for him while I'm not at home. And after the event with my friend's daughter, my friend started seeing a shadow man in their own bedroom at night. My mom thinks it's some sort of mischievous child teasing me because I don't feel threatened. But what the hell do I do? It's more spooky than scary at the moment. Then I worry it'll escalate. I work at a prison. A large part of my job is to walk around the prison I work at. I go from building to building assisting the counselors with various things. My office is a cell on the living quarters of the inmates, so I'm used to seeing and hearing all kinds of crap every day. I went into the academic building where the inmates attend classes, report to my supervisor's office, and turn in some paperwork. Imagine a small school building that's only one floor, and basically it's just a straight hallway with classrooms staggered on either side along with some offices. Halfway down the hall is a security bubble where they check passes and supervise the area. I walk by and have a quick banter session with the COs on duty and my coworker. They informed me that she was going to work in my office, because her computer wasn't working apparently. I head down to the other end of the school to the room I need to. It's on the complete opposite end of the entrance of the building. I enter the office, closing the door behind me. It had a shatterproof window and set into it a similar window next to it. I said hello to the 4 women that worked there and stood at the table just a few feet from the doorway, facing the door. I begin to sort some papers. If you work in a prison, you'll learn to never be comfortable with your back to the door. Begin thinking about my interaction with M. Well, my M, whoever that is. And all of a sudden, I feel weird about my sudden urge to look out the window in front of me, like I knew something bad was going to happen. I look anyway, and I see a woman. She looks kind of faded and gray. Couldn't tell what she was wearing because I looked away so fast, but she had untamed, dark, frizzly, curly hair and light skin. She was looking in the window at me, and after looking away, I had like goose flesh. Goosebumps. Felt cold sweat, but forced myself to casually look back and saw nothing. The correction center is all male now, but it's also been a women's facility and a mental ill children's facility in the past. I've seen things before, but not in years, and not with this strong, terrifying feeling. I'm used to being on guard all day for safety reasons. This really threw me for a loop. The ghost of the girl who hanged herself. 4 years back, I started my architecture journey. I enrolled into this college, which in the outskirts of the city is where it's at. There I was allotted a hostel room on the 5th floor of the block. And me being an insomniac never questioned the lack of sleep as a sign of anything paranormal, but it was my insomnia that, feel like I was in this trance-like state whenever I was about to sleep. Even when I slept and when I was at the peak of my sleep, I felt my pillow pulled upwards with a certain force, waking me up. I shrugged this on like the pretext that I used to be really tired, but got really intense when a friend of mine reported the same thing happening to her. And this was the red alert for me after I started noticing things. Since I used to be alone in my double-sharing room, I used to lock each and every door and window. So no one could break in. I double-checked everything. This one time, I was woken up by my friend in the morning as she entered my room, woke me up claiming that my door was left ajar. I clearly remember closing and locking it. There's been a lot of reports from my other friends of seeing shadows passing through my door when I've heard knocking on my door when there wasn't anyone. And this one time, I guess a better way to say it, I was cleaning my kettle, and I accidentally dropped the fork in the pot. I was laughing so hard because the stupid thing that I did, and I heard it. Firstly, like a little hum, and then a loud laughter coming from the back of my neck. But I was alone at that time. I ran from my room to my friends and swore to never sleep in my room ever again. I've left that place for good now, and just when I left, I got to know that just below my room on the 4th floor was the room where 3 years ago, a girl had hanged herself, and since then that room was locked and sealed. I've heard a lot of similar cases from different students that stayed there, or are currently staying there. Strange face outside the window. My family has 2 people, me and my mother. My mother's a teacher and she teaches literature in high school. I was still in middle school and I was a student at the time. There was a moped driving outside of my house, beeping incredibly loudly. And usually after a stressful day, my mother would go out with her friends. It was about maybe 2 a.m. She came home reeking of beer. And on the occasion of her wearing nice clothes, she wanted to take pictures for her. The front of my house is mostly a large glass door with iron bars crossed to make a frame. She modeled in front of the door, and after a while I reviewed what I had just taken. Everything seemed so normal until one picture that I noticed something strange. There's a white streak behind the glass door next to my mother's face. I try to take a closer look. Unmistakable as a face. A white face with 2 black eyes looking straight into the camera in a creepy way. So black that it seems to just be an eye socket, and like a toothless wide mouth. Everything seems to be twisted in the center of the face. I have a feeling that this is not something that should exist, like I just saw something I shouldn't have, but it is clearly appearing right in front of my eyes. I started to feel cold, and the more I looked, the more scared I became. My mother noticed, and I wanted to see what it just looked like, what I just took. When I told her that there was someone behind the door, she yelled at me and called me nonsense. But I know my eyes don't deceive me, and of course her reaction confirmed everything. Her face darkened. She immediately sobered up, told me to remember to close and lock the door, turn off all the lights, and tell me to go to my bedroom. She also immediately entered her room and closed the door. The next day I checked the camera again. I couldn't find the picture. Maybe she deleted it. And since then, she and I haven't talked to anyone about this. It's been behind my mind for so many years. I really want to tell someone. It's probably crazy enough not to believe me, but I know I haven't been losing my mind. I know what I've seen, and even my imagination is not an element here because she's seen it too. I met an evil ghost. So to give some background information, I'm spiritual, and if you don't know what that is, spirituality involves the recognition of a feeling or sense or belief that there's something greater than myself, something more to being human than the sensory experience. I believe in souls, spirit guides, and reincarnation. My friend is a medium, can connect with spirit guides and also ghosts and souls. My friend and I were just hanging out at her place. We had the house to ourselves and decided to do a session. She was doing a session on me, and I asked normal questions like, what's my future like, and so on. That was until I asked a question about one of my friends. This friend of mine has some trouble and has been battling depression, anxiety, and some other things. I asked if we could try to just kind of connect with her spirit guides. Asked what was happening to her, and we tried that, but it was a bad idea. My friend who was doing the session had her eyes closed, was holding my hand, and her face started to twitch in sort of an uncomfortable way. I didn't want to disturb her, so I said nothing. Suddenly the room we were in had this weird vibe, an unwelcoming vibe that was very unpleasant. She suddenly just stood up from the couch we were sitting on. She went to grab some incense lights and started saying, "You're not welcome here. Get out of my house." And I've never experienced anything like this. I was new to all of this at this time. Suddenly, this terrible feeling came rushing into me. I don't know how to describe it. I think anybody that met a ghoul or a soul knows what I'm talking about. Best way I can put it is like trapped. I felt trapped. No matter where I went in the room, I felt trapped and small, like I was someone's prey, like I was watched. Thankfully, my friend had got this ghost or soul out of the house, and we sat down to talk about what just happened. My friend told me that this is what's called a clinging spirit. It's a spirit that feeds on negativity and sadness, or in my friend's case, her depression and anxiety. My friend told me what she saw afterwards. To understand this, you need to sort of understand the floor plan. So, right as you enter her house, there's a staircase goes upstairs. The right is the kitchen, the left is the living room, where we were. And neither of these rooms has doors. It's just a wall with a hole in it. The living room couch is at the opposite end of the entryway, so you have like a full view from there. My friend said in the doorway that she saw this, like, tall and skinny black goo. It had no face, but it was in the shape of a woman's body. The moment it appeared in the doorway, it started screaming at my friend like a very loud, painful screaming, horror movie scream. The moment she opened her eyes, the ghost wasn't there, but the feeling that his presence was. It's also what I felt. After all this happened, like, recall my friend's mom, sister, we all slept in the guest room. We were all afraid to go upstairs to my friend's bedroom. And we were 15 when this happened. House haunting. This happened some time ago in the early 2000s. It's not made up. I really experienced these events, even if they sound crazy. My parents were in a rough patch, and my dad had moved out of the house, and I was in high school at the time. It started out one night my mom and I were watching TV. It sounded like scratching and noises and heavy dragging noises in the attic. We immediately assumed raccoons. I don't remember the timeline exactly, but we kept hearing this noise, and each time, maybe a few nights later or a week later, the noise slowly crossed from one end of the attic all the way to the other end of the house. My mom did have a company come check for animals, but they didn't find any. Then the real scary stuff started happening. I was asleep one night and woke up to a figure next to my bed. My best description is a shadow person. I slowly grabbed my blanket, covered myself up with just a peephole to watch it. It was entirely black, even darker than the dark room around it. It looked like the darkness was slowly steaming off of it. I was both amazed and terrified. I watched it for what felt like hours until it slowly backed out of my room. I was afraid to leave my bed eventually. I fell asleep though. The next morning at breakfast, my mom said she saw something standing at the foot of her bed, and then I told her what I had seen. There was a heaviness in the house after that. Other times I remember waking up at night and hearing voices and whispering. Sometimes I could hear music playing like it was an old, theater or something. When I peeked outside my room, the noises would cease. One dresser drawer at the foot of my bed slammed open and shut, and another night, my mom started screaming in the middle of the night, and I grabbed my baseball bat and ran into her room. Just outside of her bedroom door was a chair, and I swear I saw this shadow figure sitting in it. I ran into her room. She told me somebody had laid down on the bed next to her. And as the events and encounters progressively got more frightening, you're afraid to stay in the house at night. I would sleep with all the lights on, if I could even sleep at all. Started spending the night in a hotel. Even in the daytime, you would hear things like somebody calling your name. Can't remember how long the haunting lasted. Guessing maybe 3 or 4 months had passed, and my mother was tired of being afraid in her own house. She decided to have the house blessed. Sometime the next few days, my mom was heating up a cup of water for tea in the microwave. It exploded in the microwave. Asked her how long she put it in the microwave, and then boom, these loud scratching sounds ran down the walls around us and a dark mist filling the house. Voices and whispers all around us. My mother and I grabbed each other's arms in horror as all these sounds were happening simultaneously. And then this very deep, unnatural voice began talking over all the other noise. It was deep and unnatural. It was some sort of language I'd never heard anything like. Not even to this day. As my mother and I stood there and we looked down the hall toward the voice, something there was like a fucking horror movie. It was quadrupedal, and it was made in the darkness, like drawing with a Sharpie in the air. It had what looked like several rows of spines running down its back. My mother started to pray. So did I. The creature slowly backed down the hall and into the bedroom, and slowly all the noises and voices faded away in the mist and haze. And it seemed to follow it down the hallway until everything returned to normal. Never saw or experienced anything again in that house. If anybody was curious, yep, when friends came over, they would have experiences as well. I've had other experiences since then, but nothing like back then. Sweet dreams. Or good day. Welcome to Paranormal M, your home for spine-chilling stories and paranormal phenomena. Subscribe and turn on notifications to stay on top of our latest ghostly adventures. Enjoy the journey into the unknown. I think spirits are finding me in my dreams, but I wanted to stop. The bear getting more evil than a couple nights ago was too much. So, 35-year-old male. Always had freaky weird things happen in my sleep. Like when I was little, 3 to 5 years old, I had this big football that hung on the wall with hooks on it for backpacks and jackets. My earliest dream memory was a repeat dream of looking down the hall and seeing this figure just standing in front of that football. It never noticed me, but I noticed it. Next, we moved to another city in the 2nd grade to an old house. Week 1, sleep paralysis. Definitely something holding me down in bed. Couldn't even scream for my parents. And this is actually my first telling anyone about that. When I was about 10 or 12 years old, my grandmother passed away. And no joke, this woman hated me. Couldn't stand her much either. But a few months later after she passed, she came to me in a dream. She was black and white while the dream was in color. Looked very, very dead, and black eyes, tattered clothes. Only thing she had was this glitterly rainbow ambience. She looked at me. She told me she was okay with it and picked up her dog, and I woke up. Next day, her household dog ended up adopting vanished. Poof. Gone. A month or so after that, my grandpa announced that he was getting remarried. Well, night before the wedding, sitting around the table playing 750 with dice, late at night, he asked my dad, which was his son, if he thought Mama would be okay with him remarrying. I just chirped into no thought, saying yes, that she said he's happy and just do it. Didn't realize I'd spoken till the words were already out. My time in the Navy, like early adult, I kept having these dreams of people with no face. And all of them gave me this feeling that I knew them. Some reoccurring, when I'd wake up, I'd have this urge to go and find them. Like you lost your brother or sister, or Mama makes you go find them, that gut feeling. I always felt bad because to me they were real and seemed to need help, but they had no face and left me with no clues. So I would always just be on the lookout for that feeling of those people. Like you can feel when someone's mad, happy, or sad, but this was just their presence. 8 years in the Navy, similar dreams. I got out in 2012. And then demons start showing up. I had a dream that was split screen for all you gamers out there. And my grandpa, my mom's dad, was on the right, and this black massive thing with like a body, arms, and smoke for legs was on the top. And a big head with 3 red eyes, and this like triangle pattern like it was showing me something. Now, he has severe dementia. He's probably not going to be around much longer. 2017. I had this dream that an actual demon had crawled out of me. It was climbing the walls and destroying my house, and it was mad. Evil angry. I mean, wanting to rip my body to pieces. It's shown up a couple more times, just showing me things. Horrible, terrifying things with me, my wife and daughter's death, burning, torture. Too much for Dad to watch. Now, as of 2 days ago, this dream just went too far. Sometimes sleep on the couch, and my daughters, 3 and 4, sometimes come just kind of hog the bed and snuggle Mama. So I wind up saying fuck it and go crash on the big couch. Well, this night I had this dream of a tall, skinny, dark shadow thing holding me down and beating the ever-living dog shit out of me. Choking me, scratching me. It was also pissed. I felt all of its hate and rage. When I woke up, I was trapped in like an inhale of breath and couldn't move or let it out. I had this feeling that I was actually in the room still. I could still smell it. It was there. So I got up, went outside, smoked a half a joint at like 2 or 3 a.m. and crashed. I was thinking it was a nightmare. But this time it was torturing my family. I kept hearing the same Tom over and over, and it was diabolical in his laughter. I watched my family being tortured. Then it came back to me and I woke up in fear. Now 2 days later, my wife sat me down asking for a divorce, just out of the blue, out of nowhere. Think I've about had it with all this dream nonsense. I'd like for it to stop. It's now 1:30 Texas time. And here I am, 35-year-old grown-ass Navy veteran, terrified to go to sleep. Am I actually bonkers, or is this stuff actually happening? Sounds like some of that's actually happening. Someone's outside of my bedroom door. Now to this day, I still can't explain what happened this night. It was around 11 o'clock when I was winding down for the night. I did my normal nightly routine, which included using the restroom and leaving a light on in the bathroom. Important later. I do this so I can see better when I'm going to use the bathroom in the middle of the night. So I climbed into bed and prepared to go to sleep. Not even 3 minutes into me laying down with my eyes closed, I hear very clearly the voice of a woman whispering into my ear, "I'm here." At that point, I shot up out of bed. But before I could do anything else, I hear footsteps walking up to my door, stopped right outside of it. Now this could have been a random noise, but what's worse is that I would see the shadow of 2 feet standing just on the other side of my door. That was due to the light coming from the bathroom. At this point, I could barely move from a seated position, and I was in my bed. After about 5 minutes, I decided to turn on my TV, so I had some background noise. As the TV was powering on, though, I started to hear the sounds of someone breathing coming from underneath my bed. And I know it was just me, because I could hear it even when I held my breath. So at this point, in absolute terror, I could barely move from my bed. It stayed that way for maybe another 2 or so hours. I don't remember why exactly, but at some point I needed to get out of bed and grab something. But I still was occasionally hearing breathing from underneath my bed. Felt better getting up knowing that I had a knife on my bedstand, but maybe I could defend myself if I needed to. So I got out of the bed and decided to look underneath. Grabbed a flashlight and my knife and then looked, and to my shock, there was nothing. This cleared up a little bit of terror that I was feeling there, but still, foot on the other side of the door. Built up the courage, opened the door, and yet again there was nothing there. Well, even after clearing this up, I still didn't sleep at all that night. To this day, I still cannot fathom what happened. I don't know how to explain it or if there is an explanation. But if you guys have any thoughts on what it could have been, could you please let me know? This happened about a month ago, and I haven't had any other experiences near this since. Friendly ghosts are still ghosts. When I was 19, I spent the night at my boyfriend Jay's house. His parents were on vacation, so we decided to sleep in their room. They have a queen-size bed, which was far better than his tiny twin bed. We watched some TV, and then Jay got up to switch off the TV. As I rolled over, I caught him staring at me with the weirdest look. I asked him what was wrong, and he said it was nothing, went to bed. I woke up at around 3 a.m. to a little ghost girl standing next to the bed. She had short black hair and was gray, kind of like a black and white movie. I freaked out and started screaming and shaking Jay to wake up. She was just disappearing. I turned back around. The little girl reappeared, now with a flower. I still continued to scream and she disappeared again. Jay finally woke up, asked what I saw, and I told him. I didn't want to talk about it, fearing that she might come back if I talk about her. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, Jay asked me again what I saw. I told him I wanted to just wait until I left that house to talk about it. He looked me dead in the face and said, "Did you see a little girl with short black hair?" I froze and asked him, "How did you know?" I had never told him what I saw. Jay said that he turned off the TV the night before and saw a little girl in the reflection of the TV. He didn't want to say anything since he knew how terrified of ghosts I was. But when I started screaming, he knew what I saw. He told his parents what happened the next day and asked if they ever saw anything, and they hadn't. I know the ghost was friendly, but still terrifying. Ball Cemetery. First paranormal experience happened in fall of 2011 at Ball Cemetery. It's about 20 miles outside of Omaha. It was maybe the first time I'd gone to the cemetery, but I'd heard all about its lore from a friend I was with. I was at an IHOP with my friend around 12:30, 1 a.m. He brought up Ball and the experiences he and others had there several times before. All scary stories like being scratched, bruised, and shoved. He said one girl we both knew had her eyes go completely black. He may have mentioned a voice telling them to get out. I'd always been intrigued by the paranormal, but healthily skeptical, you could say. Didn't really believe or didn't really not believe. We're at IHOP, he brings up Ball, asks if I want to go. I say sure, we finish our meal and head there. The road there, well, couldn't have been theatrically scary. It's pretty far out in the middle of nowhere, and you just kind of have to know where you're going. You have to turn your headlights off when you turn onto the road sort of leading there. Like whoever the caretaker of this place was, understandably not fond of people screwing around out there. They apparently had a shotgun that they weren't shy about firing off and a large dog that roamed around the property. There's a big no trespassing sign everywhere. It's also a one-way in, one-way out type of setup. You come to a fork in the road and curve left into a woodsy patch. The trees make this patch of road feel like a sort of tunnel. You emerge from the tree tunnel and you're there, and it's terrifying. The road's a gravel loop, and the way you come in is the way you get out. The cemetery itself has a gate. It's hanging open this night, but sometimes it's chained shut. My friend parks and I don't want to go out of the car, and we bitch back and forth at each other a bit. I say I'm scared. He gets fed up with me and says, "I've got a gun, I'll shoot the ghost." He demands I get out of the car. So we go into the cemetery. It's very dark, but not so dark that you can't see. Silhouettes of trees and headstones are clearly visible. I grab my friend's hand and won't let go. I'm going into this situation freaked out because 1, I don't want to get caught. 2, a lot of what haunts this place is apparently not friendly. Friendly. Interesting. My friend knows his way around, so I'm holding his hand and following him. We're in the middle of the cemetery and suddenly it gets really dark. SpongeBob Advanced Darkness. Not normal dark. I stopped walking and I couldn't see anything. We're just standing there. I moved my free hand around in front of my face to see if I could see it. I couldn't. No silhouettes of anything, just pitch black. Figured my eyes were adjusting or something. Regular dark fades back in. Silhouettes are visible again, and off in the streets in the opposite direction of where the house on the property would be, I saw 2 circle-shaped lights. 1 orange orb and 1 blue orb. They were just moving around smoothly and silently out of the trees, weaving around. They didn't look like flashlights, but my rational brain thought, well, maybe they are, till they started doing this. They would never disappear, but they'd be in one spot and then they'd be in a completely different spot. They'd just be in one place and then be in another, all while never actually disappearing from sight. They'd be closer than farther away, all while never really disappearing. There's no noise. It was so quiet. It had been like somebody out there. I think they would have been making some sort of audible noise, like footsteps or talking or moving around. They did this for a while, then disappeared. Shortly after that, we heard a dog start barking and left quickly. I had an entity attached to me. When I was 7, I had my first paranormal experience. I lived in Germany at the time. I was in my room and I saw a figure that my memory is now sort of blacked out. I was filled with fear that was so indescribable. Fell to the floor, tried to scream, nothing comes out. I was terrified. When I was 12, I started hearing footsteps and seeing shadows. I watched a lot of paranormal content, and I was generally fascinated with the other side. Someone could say it was a trick of the mind. When I was 13, my mental health started going down rapidly. I had a new puppy, and one night he'd just be staring at something and fill with that same fear I once felt at 7. It started to scare me and honestly piss me off, because whatever it was scaring my baby. Anytime I tried to touch him after these experiences, he would just get terrified of everything around him. I had to stop wearing black PJs and using black blankets because he would jump at the black color at night. It was fine during the day for the most part, but safe to say sleeping was very hard after this. In 8th grade, a lot happened to me, especially to cause my mental health to worsen. Overall, I'd become the perfect target for a dark entity. Started sensing something everywhere I went, feeling taps and hearing my name being called, and I did my best to ignore it as I knew giving it attention would only make it worse. Well, I was home alone all day. Mom worked, I attended school, so she got home around 11 p.m. I started seeing 2 different shadow figures watching me sleep. Because I was scared, I turned the hallway light on before I went in and closed the door. I would see small feet shadows at the bottom of the door and a larger shadow at the top. My mom's closet has always scared me. I slept in her room at the time. I'd see a shadow figure watching me as I started opening the bathroom door to block the closet. Fortunately, the door didn't block the whole closet. I would see the figure sort of peering over the door at me. I would just roll over to the other side and convince myself I wasn't scared, trying to feed the spirit what I wanted. But unfortunately, it wasn't my fear it was feeding on. It was my depression. When I was 14, I moved again. I'm a military Bart and moved often. Bart? Brat, maybe? Well, I could tell the spirits followed me. Still felt the taps and heard my name being called, but I was pretty much used to all of this at this point. My depression was at one of its worst points. I didn't have friends as I moved right before COVID happened, and I would see shadows going up and down the halls and more things than really now we're talking about. My dog still experiences what happens at night. One night I was alone because my dog was scared of the room. I started to get a feeling that I wasn't alone. When I felt my leg getting pulled, I froze. I froze right before it pulled my leg back. I was frozen in fear. I'd have left my room and slept somewhere else, but I don't feel safe anywhere. I started screaming. I wanted to leave me alone or to leave my dog alone, telling whatever it was that it wasn't welcome here. If I started doing that, it would get better and then worse. I'd have to do it again. Right before my 16th birthday, I went to a psych ward. I got the help I needed and became overall so much happier. I kept telling the entity it wasn't welcome, and eventually, as I got happier, it all stopped. Turning 17 in a few days, and I've been safe ever since. I don't feel taps or hear voices. I truly believe that me not being depressed, well, maybe makes this entity have no reason to stick around, right? I know this isn't the best storytelling, but I hope it made sense, because this was very real for me. I still think about it to this day. I concede, ghosts are real. What I just experienced is gonna be hard for me to overlook. I'm not trying to be rational no more. You guys win, ghosts are real. Twice now I've had a weird experience in the same place. My grandma's attic. Once a couple of years ago and just 5 minutes ago the second time. And let me start with the prequel. To give you an idea, my grandma has a house, and the attic is basically like a second floor over the whole house. It's filled with all sorts of things that we dump up there that we don't really need: tools, firewood, old toys from childhood, all that. Also up there is a short chair and a coffee table. When I take them out of the attic to the balcony, it's my favorite place to smoke in the house. Tobacco, not weed. I like the view and the wind, and sometimes I'm too lazy to bring them out and smoke in the attic, so looking around at all the junk. One day I was going to go up there, and as soon as I stepped foot on the first stair, I got a fight or flight response for seemingly no reason. It was the middle of the day, and I've been in the attic 1,000 times. I'm not scared of it. I'm not a kid. But for some reason I was getting chills, and my heart was just beating fast. As soon as I went up to the last step, I stopped and looked around the attic. I had nothing to be afraid of, but it's just instinct. I couldn't go into the attic without checking it out first. Spend like 30 seconds just looking into the attic in silence before the courage came back for me to walk forward. While walking towards the table for some reason, I had the thought of, what if a demon's watching me right now, and that's why I have this bad feeling? I instantly laughed it off and thought to myself, let him show himself. I'll show him who's boss. As soon as I finished that thought, I heard a loud shuffle, like someone's footstep dragged on the ground. I instantly froze midway and just looked in the direction where that came from. Spent at least a minute just looking, frozen, expecting a big-ass rat or something to pop out from somewhere over there. When I finally got my courage back again, as soon as I was about to continue to the table, finally do what I came for, another loud noise froze me. This time a distorted piano played, and I kid you not, the most demonic out-of-tune chord you could imagine. Like a sound a horror movie producer would put in a jump scare. And on cue, I of course immediately dashed toward the stairs and noped the fuck out of there. Went downstairs, entered the room my family was in, and tried my best to just pretend I wasn't just running from a demon. My mother heard the piano. She thought I'd found my childhood toys and was fooling around with them. I went with that story and told her that surprisingly the batteries were still holding out. Must still be good. I wasn't about to tell my family I seriously thought there was a demon in the attic. After I spent a couple of minutes downstairs regaining my composure, I started to think about things rationally again. I felt ashamed that I got scared of nothing. I'm an adult, damn it. Picked up my small balls and went up there again, determined to find that piano and ease my mind forever. I went up immediately, walked up to the place where the sound came from, picked up off the wall like a big garbage bag filled with toys from my childhood. I started taking things out from it and I found it, a cheap Chinese dingy toy piano. Tried pressing the keys, no sound. Flipped it around, opened the battery compartment, and it had like a brain fart when I saw there. It's like no batteries in that thing. I took it down with me, found some batteries and put them in, tried playing it, still no sound. Unfortunately, I failed to ease my mind. So over the next couple of weeks, I spent quite some time thinking about that incident. As time went on, I started rationalizing it more and more, thinking that maybe pianos like that make their final sound when their circuit board finally dies. Kind of like parting words. Maybe the shuffle I heard was from my own feet, but because of the fear, it sounded like it was someone else's. The only thing that I couldn't make sense of was how this piano, well, it's been in that garbage bag for 15 years, found energy without batteries to make a sound out of its speakers, and a loud one at that. I even posted here at one point, hoping somebody could ease my mind and offer an explanation. And in the end, as time went on, I just brushed it off. Told myself I'm no engineer. I don't know how currents work and shit. There could be some weird way that happened that was normal. It was just a coincidence. I went to the attic countless times after that and nothing ever happened. No weird sounds, no explainable paranoia. Just peace and quiet as it should be. Well, right until today. Recently I'd been doing construction work on the house every weekend. Go up to the attic 20 times a day to fetch something or to have a smoke break. We finished the work, went to bed. Now, before you accuse me of being a skeptic rationalizer, I try to keep an open mind. Recently I've been getting into trying out astral projection. It's a nice little meditation. Haven't succeeded yet, but the effects are quite trippy and quite fun. So I'm lying in bed browsing the AP subreddit before I decide I'm going to go up there to smoke one last cigarette before I go to sleep. The front door's loud, and I don't smoke in the house, so in the attic I go. In that same exact way, as soon as I set foot on the first stair, I get this immense feeling of something is amiss. Now, some years passed since that last time that this has happened, and naturally my small balls have grown at least a little bit. So it didn't stop this time. I just went up, sat on my smoke table, lit my cigarette, remember the last time this happened, the piano. Like any sane person, I started a monologue in my head and sort of trying to banish the potential ghosts. My monologue continued until my cigarette went out, and here's sort of a recreation. I don't know if there's demons up here or whatnot, but you can't spook my ass. I can't touch you right now, but I'm learning this technique for me. Let me coming to your house. Trust me, tonight I'm coming and killing your dumb asses. I'm doing it for revenge for when you scared me. Now's your last chance to try to scare me away. Try me again, bitch. And I put my cigarette out, quite amused at my little monologue. And here we go again. As soon as I finished my monologue and said, "Try me," a loud sound as something on my left drags across the floor. This time I caught it with my peripherals. I turned around. A sack filled with dry sticks for the fireplace, was moving across the floor. It was defying the laws of physics. Gravity can't do that. Can't make it move that distance, especially when there's so much friction that it made a loud sound. It's also not heavy. It weighs like a couple 100 grams, so it can't slide like that or even cause that friction unless someone's pushing on it from the top. I shot up, stayed fixated on the sack. I was convinced not to let a rat, for example, run away without me seeing it. Didn't move for a couple of seconds, so I went up to it, took all the sticks out, checked every corner of that thing, no rats inside. Put the sticks back in, said out loud, "Don't touch it again." I said my piece already and I meant it. And if there was an evil entity up there, I'm gonna banish it. Although at that point I was starting to feel like I'm bluffing. I walked up the stairs, but before I went down, I stopped and looked back at the attic. Although my knees were weak, arms are heavy, vomit on my sweater already. Wasn't gonna give in to my fear. so I stared into the void for a couple of seconds to establish my dominance. And again, as if a reply, the sack lightly got dragged, though this time just a little bit for a split second. Spent a couple more seconds looking at it and slowly went down the stairs with a confident walk, shaking a little. Originally, I was going to go to bed, but adrenaline got a little bit high now, so I'm sitting on the toilet writing this, maybe with a ghost proofreading over my shoulder. I'll take any proofreader anybody's got, ghosts included, just so you know. Sorry to make this so long. I tried my best to write it as sort of an entertaining thing. This seemingly uneventful experience I found just too powerful. I don't think I can ever rationalize this. It's just too many things on top of each other. The strong fight or flight I get before the event, the timing that makes this feel like a reply, the hard-to-explain sound and movement. I know there aren't a lot of skeptics browsing the sub, but I'd still appreciate some guesses as to what it could have actually been. I'm now a bit of a believer. Can't over-rationalize things by myself anymore. I don't know if this spirit could be good or bad, so I won't take any extra measures right now. So please don't reply with throw salt on it or anything like that. Unless I wake up with a cigarette burn on my cheek and come asking for help with how to banish a demon. Heard a person talking when I came in the house. My husband and I live in a ranch-style home. The woman that previously owned the house with her was her husband that was killed in a car crash. I lived here a couple of years with nothing. Then I started noticing an unexplainable perfume smell in one of our guest rooms. I chalked it up to an old spill or something, but the room has been completely remodeled and the smell comes and goes. My mother was placed in that room during her hospice in fall of 2018, and my father-in-law was also there for his hospice in the spring of 2019. Both passed in that same room. My mother was ready to be with her Lord and Savior while my father-in-law fought death and was so very scared until the end. Since we continue to have the perfume smell, which can now be smelled in both guest rooms, I've seen a smallish figure walk across the hall from the bedroom to the bathroom. We've seen multiple shadow figures. A couple of days ago, I was home alone and walked next door to the neighbor's dinner and grabbed the mail from the box, and as I came in the door, I was sorting the mail and it made it to the counter. I set the mail down, and before I realized, I heard someone talking from down the hall. As soon as it registered, I looked up. Talking stopped. Due to past trauma, I'm extremely a vigilant person. I didn't realize until a couple hours later that I never checked the house for an intruder. Totally not like me at all. It was like I normalized the voice and I didn't feel threatened. And as a bit of a side note, all the windows were closed and no tech was playing. Interested in hearing your thoughts. A new house experience years ago. I honestly can say that I know exactly the feeling people get when they have to walk through a section of a building that you never really felt comfortable walking through. As if all eyes would turn on you, like even though you're alone, no matter the time of day, and how the feeling never subsides, no matter how many times you walk through it. That was truly creepy, but I never felt anywhere at the new house. Anyway, this one minor experience brought more questions and really no answers as to what I saw. It's about our third day moving from a couple of towns away to our new home. We're just four in our family. We had an uncle and aunt, just to help being like 9 years old, but I wanted to play. My aunt and uncle were from my mother out in the front yard. My brother near me standing pretty much in the doorway next to me. Just another ordinary move day, grab more until you remember I looked down the hallway, and weirdly, I seen somebody peek their head around the corner of what would be my parents' room. I was oddly curious as the way they were peeking was like you do when you hide behind a corner of a wall. Just peer your head enough to see, like hide and seek. I looked at the face, but oddly, you couldn't really make out any noticeable features. Just seemed blurry. But it was obviously somebody's face peeking around, but as a kid, you aren't really aware of what you can and can't be, what things can and can't happen. So for instance, even all these years later, the distance of the hallway, I I'm not really sure I'd be able to make out at least some semblance as to who it was. The face, as featureless as it was, I thought at the time it was my father just having fun. Now, it was so long ago I couldn't remember if I went to check or not. Don't recall myself walking down the hallway. I only looked again when they disappeared and asked my brother, "Wait, who was doing that?" He was busy looking somewhere else, and he gave no notice and simply responded, "What was what?" I told him I think I saw Dad hiding. He didn't even care as he continued talking to me and said something that hinted everyone was outside. I said, "Yeah, right, I just saw Dad in the room. He's hiding from us." He kind of laughed if I was joking, but I weirdly had no desire to check if it was my father. Figured he was hiding something he doesn't want us to know. He did own a handgun. Seems unrelated. Then, just as I ignored my father, I heard my aunt and mother coming, followed by my uncle and then my father. I knew at 9 it would have been impossible for my dad to do that, peek and make it to the back door. So visible from where I was and nowhere near the closet area, it was a weird feeling to come to the conclusion that who I saw wasn't anyone from my family. It's been a good house to us and never had any bad feelings or vibes. The only other thing I can think of is our home in which we're moving from had a death in it. The previous tenant had passed away in my parents' bedroom, but they never told us, understandably, until we moved out of that house. My mother had mentioned once in the past at her older home that she was blow-drying her hair and she put me in the crib to sleep. She came out to the horror of finding me literally inches away from the end of the bed. I was months old at the time, so I have no recollection, of course, but my mother said it scared her greatly. I didn't fuss, cry, or make any noise as I was somehow got out of the crib, but my mother took it as more of a sign to watch us closer, I guess. If the older tenant was still there and meant harm, we didn't feel it. My mother just watched my brother and I much closer. I was only 18 months older, so it could have been him just moving me. The only reason I bring this up is perhaps the older lady was making sure that we were okay in our new home. My dad couldn't. How had he been able to get out without being seen if he was, by the closet? He'd need to walk back in the side of the hallway to use the backsliding door, and the other back door was closer to my brother and me at the time. Not to mention, from the time I'd seen the face to when I'd seen my father, it couldn't have been more than 45, maybe 60 seconds. One event in my life I still question to this day. I know what I saw, but who it was, I got no idea. The only reason it stands out as paranormal to me is the face features, or lack thereof. Should have been able to make out something at that distance, like 25 feet, for it to be as blurry as it was. And I have great eyesight. It's nearly impossible in my mind. No weird house history to my knowledge either. Anybody else have something similar happen? Mr. Mojo Rising. I feel guilty that I didn't tell my boyfriend about one of the entities in his house. Back in September, I saw 2 different spirits in my boyfriend's house. I only told him about one, and now I think the other is messing with his family because they weren't prepared for it. The first one I saw was almost certainly an angel. It was tall and faceless and like paper white figure with a pair of huge wings that wrapped around its body. I saw it standing at the top of the staircase like it was watching over everyone. It was vivid. I stared at it for a pretty long time. Then I blinked and it was gone. I told my boyfriend about it and he was happy to hear it. The second was about a week later and was just as, if not more vivid, but more threatening. It was a shadowy figure that looked like the black silhouette of a ballerina, sort of standing on point. Almost completely featureless, except it had glowing red eyes. It was standing near where I'd seen the angel, but slightly further down the hall outside of one of my boyfriend's sister's rooms. It gave off a horribly angry energy. In a weird way, it gave off the impression that it was judging me based on my sort of femininity or lack thereof. Like it was disgusted with me for being less womanly than it would like. Same as with the angel. I looked at it for a while, but it was gone when I blinked. Wanted to tell my boyfriend, but whenever I tell him about previous negative supernatural experiences or even make jokes about anything other than good spirits, it makes him really uncomfortable. Having seen the angel just a few days prior, I figured his family was protected, so I didn't even bring it up. But now, 2 nights ago, find out that his oldest sister's been having nightmares and sleep paralysis for weeks now, seeing a dark figure outside of her room. Same place I saw the ballerina. I don't know for certain if it's the same figure I saw. Haven't really asked details, but given where she's been seeing it and the fact the spirit was definitely associating itself with femininity and his sister the one being targeted, feels like more than a coincidence, let's just say that. I thought that of all the people, she'd be the safest because she's more classically feminine, at least compared to me, but now I like sitting here thinking about it, it's probably exactly why it's going after her in the first place. My boyfriend says he's going to do a cleansing of the house soon, so I'm sure she'll be fine. But I can't help but feel like if I'd told him about it sooner, that it could have been dealt with before his sister was affected. My sister's house. So this was a few years ago, but I thought I'd share because to this day, it's one of the scariest things that's ever happened to me. Basically, a few years ago, my sister lived in this house, and it was a huge house, 3 stories, 5 bedrooms. It was a house share. At the time, my sister was the only one living there, so all the other rooms were vacant. My sister's bedroom was on the ground floor next to the kitchen. One night I was staying there with her, and she'd gone to bed a couple of hours ago and just suffering with insomnia at the time. So I was in the kitchen just talking on the phone. It was like 3 a.m., I think. While I was on the phone, I got this horrible, overwhelming feeling of being watched. It was like something, like not someone, like something was in the room with me. Whatever it was, didn't want me there. Tried to ignore it and try to continue my conversation a few more minutes, but I got to the point where I just straight up just didn't feel safe. Told my friend I'm going to bed. Hung up the phone. I went into my sister's room, and she'd always told me to lock the door behind me, even when there's nobody else in the house. It was a standard lock that just had to be turned, so I did and grabbed my blanket and lay on the floor to sleep. I'd only been laying there for a minute or two when I heard the sound of a lock clicking and the door creaking open. Suddenly that feeling of dread was back. Took me a minute, but I finally built up the courage to turn around and check. The door was wide open. That was while I was staring at the door, and I couldn't see anything, but I could literally feel this thing watching me. I was frozen. Finally managed to reach my hand out to shake my sister awake, and she only had to get up and close and lock the door. I physically couldn't. I was just too afraid. Old Ouija story. This happened several decades ago. A friend got 3 of us to using a Ouija board. Thought it was sort of a goofy one or fake. As it got weirder, wondered if there might be some kind of unintentional subconscious influence happening. Started harmless, but got darker. Many spirits became threatening over time, began to admit to being the same individual. Felt like I was being pranked, so I quit. 3rd friend, not the instigator, seemed weirdly obsessed, wanted to do it more, and stated doing it alone. Then one night in an outdoor party, I'm calling them the instigator. The instigator got it out with the obsessed friend for a spooky laugh. There was about 10 teenage boys watching, mocking, and laughing. Spirit eventually identified as the usual negative spirit and used some new names that many, many years later I saw associated online with demonic entities. Anyway, Spirit got really pissed by the mocking and the insulting comments and questions, especially from one loud friend. It also mentioned other people that we knew that we were talking to. It was pretty confusing. The loud friend thought that we were messing with him and threatened to destroy the board. The spirit directly threatened him, so he grabbed the board and broke it in 2 pieces. There was a bizarre sort of now what sort of a pause, and then the group decided that they should burn the board, being the best idea for the group of drunk teens. At this point, most felt that they were going to just go along with the joke, but some were getting kind of freaked out. We tried to burn the board. It wouldn't light. Had to go to a 7-Eleven, empty entire containers of, charcoal lighter fluid before it finally caught. As it burned, my obsessed friend was visibly upset and mumbled that he now has to make one. I asked what the fuck, and he said, "It told me how." So days later, we found out a group of kids from the same high school was also on a Ouija board that night. It was also mentioning us to them, including that we had made it angry. This was before cell phones. When we were at an outdoor party, so nobody knew the other group at the party night, but several more days later, the loud friend who was threatened was was in a serious car accident, being ejected from a pickup, and he survived. As far as I know, the story ends there. I was not aware of anyone using a Ouija board after that. Our first haunting. I was around 17 when this happened. I was a smoker, but my parents didn't like it, and I would smoke in the house, so I'd always go to sort of the pantry that has a tiny window and smoke in there. I often have trouble falling asleep, so I'd always go for a smoke between midnight and 3. Everyone in the house is sleeping, I'm bored, so I'm on my way to smoke. And as soon as I get in front of the pantry door, I just stop. I had this awful feeling in my gut, and I just couldn't get in there, even though I was craving a smoke really bad. Go back to bed and make another attempt later, but the same thing happens. Well, I sort of just wind up thinking nothing of it, and I just go to bed. Same thing happens the next night, but I do get in the pantry and I do start smoking. A couple of minutes pass by and I hear a light knock on my pantry door. Thought it was my mom just making sure it's me, and, so I just go ahead and say back, "It's me." I continue smoking my cigarette, and a couple minutes later I hear 3 louder knocks. I have a pretty short temper, so I immediately open the door and annoyingly say, "It's me!" I thought that it was my mom, but to my shock, nobody was there. I just stand there for a second, and then I close the door and I just try to convince myself that it was in fact my mom, who somehow disappeared in a second. A minute later, I'm on my way to my room. I see my mom exiting the bathroom. I ask her if she knocked on the pantry door. She just tells me to go to bed because she was half asleep. She couldn't be bothered, apparently. My family didn't believe me. They thought I was crazy. But in just a few hours, don't think otherwise. That night I went to a birthday party and was sleeping over at a friend's place. When I came back the following morning, my family had a complete change of heart. It was because my brother had a paranormal experience as well. So, while I was at the party, he was playing League of Legends and he had headphones on because he's talking to his friends. All of a sudden he felt somebody grab his hoodie. Thought it was me or Mom telling him to keep quiet, but nope, no one was there. So the next day we lit the frankincense and did another Eastern European ritual. It worked for a while. I still to this day don't know what that was. And may I add that this all happened around a big Christian Orthodox holiday. I have a lot of paranormal experience in my house, and they happen from time to time. Sometimes I'd have a paranormal experience twice in a month. Sometimes it'll happen once a year. I'm used to them at this point because thank God none of those experiences were dangerous. Just creepy. I live about 100 meters away from the cemetery, by the way. There was a knocking on the door. My uncle, who worked for a major airline, befriended a couple. The wife was Filipino, the husband was Japanese. They have a young daughter around 1 or 3 years old who mostly spoke Japanese, and they lived in a townhouse somewhere in the Philippines. They invited my uncle to visit their house one day, and they invited me to come along with them. So it was my uncle, my 3 cousins, and I that went there for a relatively good amount of time, planned to stay overnight. The day was normal, went to the mall, took a dip in the pool, ate some good food. We had some language barrier problems since the husband and daughter don't speak Filipino or English, but the wife translated for us, so it really wasn't that big of a deal. Their house, as I said, was a townhouse. It was enough to fit their family, but too small with guests like us. They had 3 floors. The first floor was turned into a storage or something where it's not really suited to be occupied with like a dirty kitchen at the back. The front door of their house was basically non-existent. The main entrance to their house was a gate that was around a foot of the doorway, but other than that, the doorway was wide open. The stairs have 2 doors, one at the bottom and one on the second floor. The second floor was sort of their living room and a small kitchen. This is where we planned to sleep. Then there was the 3rd floor. That's where the family's bedroom was. But their stairs didn't have any door. So we settled in for the night on the floor with blankets and pillows. I don't really recall the arrangement that we had, so whose bedside, whose, I don't know. This was 2011. So anyway, we went to bed, but after some time I was woken up by my cousin, who I'm going to call Rose. She was the second daughter out of the 3, and who I know was somewhat sensitive to the paranormal since I did something in the past to talk to her best friend who died early. Rose was probably beside me as I was the one who was sort of waking up first. She shook me awake and asked me to go listen if I heard something. Groggily, I tried to listen for anything, and after a few minutes I heard knocks on the door. Woke me up fully. She explained that she hasn't gone to sleep and was on the phone, and it was past midnight and the knocking on the 2nd floor just started. That's when she freaked out and woke me up. The knocking was in 4 successions, with at least 2 or 3 seconds in between those 4, and then they'd stop, and after a minute or 2 it would knock 4 times again. The knocking didn't stop at all since she woke up. It wasn't so loud, but solid and continuous, like a human was programmed to knock that way exactly the same. Both scared, but we didn't move to answer the door or ask who was behind the door, since they both knew nobody could, get in or was downstairs. It wasn't somebody from outside, as there was no main door to the house, or the knocking came from the 2nd door of the staircase. So we woke up her older sister, asked her to listen, and when she did, she stayed silent for a few seconds. Tried to listen to which the knocks came, but she said that she didn't hear it. Went back to sleep, pissed off pretty much, just thinking that we were playing with her. We also woke up her youngest sister. She told us the same. Rose and I looked at each other in fear, and we tried our hardest to go back to sleep, covering our ears. The only reason why I can't hear it is because I already established that my hearing is also sensitive to these type of experiences rather than seeing entities from a young age. Though I can still see glimpses, but not that clear. In the morning during breakfast, we told everybody that we experienced. My wife told her husband that she thinks it was a mononoke or yurai, which was monsters and spirits in Japanese. Scarier for them because the number 4, shi, in Japanese, which means death, is considered to be bad, like how 13 is in Western cultures. My music box just played on its own at 4 a.m. I just wanted to post this here since I'm up. 30 minutes after this happened, and I don't see myself falling asleep anytime soon. To give some background, my boyfriend gifted me one of those mechanical movement music boxes a while ago. First, we played it pretty often. It was a cute song from a movie that we both adore. But for at least a month now, it's been sitting on a shelf next to my bed unplayed. Recently, I've been feeling some weird energy next to my side of the bed. I'm an empath. I tend to be sensitive to energies. But in all honesty, when it's time to go to sleep, I try to dismiss it because who really wants to have ghost activity? Not me. Hard pass. Plus, I love horror films, and I binged a series recently and assumed I freaked myself out with it. At least a little. But some nights it's been harder to ignore. It's been scary. Well, rather, I've been scared to get up and use the restroom. That's how bad it is. One night I even switched places in bed with my boyfriend because the gaze of it felt so strong. I've had moments where I think I see something in the dark but dismiss it because it's too frightening to acknowledge. My boyfriend even had a bout of sleep paralysis in which he dreamt that I asked him, what was behind me. Tonight I struggled again with the fear and anxiety. I eventually managed to drift in and out of sleep, at least until 4. That little mechanical movement music box started to play the tune entirely on its own. My boyfriend and I were startled awake. I was disoriented and thought his alarm was going off. Immediately we turned the light on, we both Pretty much freaked out that he'd been able to go back to bed. But we did burn some sage and did a blessing to try to ease my mind, which hasn't been particularly effective as I'm writing this now. I looked at the little box and tried to see if there was any way it could have done what it did on its own. I got no answer. You have to twist this little knob at the bottom twice for it to even play. I don't know, you guys. I want to be wrong because the idea of something in my home, despite all of my protecting charms, is really frightening. Hopefully the sun comes out soon so I can feel safe to sleep. My friend saw my ghost. So when I was in junior in high school, I suffered from pretty severe depression. My home life wasn't exactly rainbows and sunshine. It was nearing the end of October, and it was nearing the end of, well, pretty much everything. My school was throwing a homecoming dance. I didn't really want to go, but my friends convinced me. I won't go into great detail, but the night ended horribly. It was the straw that broke the camel's back, as they say. Fast forward to the next morning. I woke up all puffy-eyed and feeling absolutely hopeless. My mom and brother left to the store, leaving me home alone. I didn't waste a minute. Went into the medicine cabinet, grabbed all the pill bottles I could in my arms, and went all in. Last thing I remember was pulling up to the ER. My mom tried to get me out of the seat. It all happened so fast. I didn't text my friends I loved them, and I didn't indicate in the slightest what I intended on doing, just nothing. Clearly, my attempt didn't work as I'm writing this now, but while in the hospital I had a seizure. This may be important later, but after a few days in the sort of psychiatric facility, I was allowed phone calls. So I called my best friend and told her what happened. Well, she was shocked. Rumors were flying around school, per usual at the small private school, that I was pregnant. My mom pulled me out of school and all this other stuff. One guy was joking to a group of people, my two best friends among them, that maybe I died, which is super funny, I know, but my best friend P said that she felt a chill run down her spine as soon as he had said it. She gave him an earful. My other friend sort of pulled P aside and they started discussing what could have happened. A told P that thought that he was making me walk down the street a couple days before and tried to yell at me. The person didn't turn or respond. B said that she had an awful feeling in her gut that something was very wrong. I often forget that this happened, because understandably I want to put the past behind me. It was a long time ago. But I saw a post of A's earlier today and thought how odd it was that somebody as rational and realistic as him to see what he did. Feel confident enough that it was me to share what he saw it with. Makes me wonder if my soul was in sort of an in-between state, just wandering around, or maybe I did die. I just switched into a reality where I lived. Spooky stuff. The strangest thing I've experienced to date. My name is Trevor. I live in southern Maine. My whole life I've felt connected to something other than what's in front of me. Everywhere I experience small things, and sometimes those things aren't easily explained. My most recent and strange experience happened just last night, the night of October 17th. I moved into a new apartment in June. It's owned by a family friend, so before I moved in I painted the walls and did some other personalization just for fun. The first time I stepped foot into this apartment I felt very uneasy. I'm not sure what it is, but the place just didn't feel right. Like many things have happened while I've been here. Last night was by far the worst. Maine was being hit by a thunderstorm. I had gone to bed expecting to lose power. Woke up at 3:30 a.m. and felt like someone or something was watching me. I have a nightlight near my bed, which is projecting a shadow onto my wall and ceiling. The shadow became bigger and bigger until I felt like whatever was there was right behind me. It started to roll over when the power went out and I could no longer see anything. I don't remember falling back to sleep, and I just woke up for work around 6:15 a.m. per usual. But I felt very strange. After getting up and walking to the bathroom, I realized my jaw was very sore. I also had a gash on the inside of my lip that wasn't there before. It's like I'd been punched in the face and my jaw still sore at the same time of this writing. You really don't know what this was and absolutely couldn't have been dreaming. I just want to share this in case anybody else has experienced anything similar, waking up with cuts and bruises you didn't know you had before you went to bed. I am guilty of punching myself in the face in my sleep, so it could have been that. Hearing or seeing doppelgangers. So I have a sort of a ghost story. It's going to be pretty long because it's two different stories really, but probably the same entity. These two incidents actually happened, and I to this day have no damn clue what it was, or what I heard, or what I saw. We have tons of other occurrences in between, but none so terrifying as these two. Other than one of my kids being hid in their sleep and a handprint being left on them. But anyhow. I live in Louisiana. Sort of like the breeding ground for this kind of stuff, right? The block I live on is just wrong. I could go on about it, but I won't. We've joked that it may have its own little hellmouth. But incident number 1, basically the hood cat lady. I leave food and toys and even a cute little bed for my little friends. There's one that especially took a liking to me that I like to just sit outside at night and early morning and cuddle with for a bit. It was about 2 a.m. As usual, I go refresh bowls, and I noticed how cold it was in the middle of the summer in Louisiana. My door was shut, so it's not the AC. But I get this odd feeling, and I begin hearing whispers, and this voice, kid you not, it was like an octave lower than Voldemort's. Look up, look at me. Stupid me, I looked up, and in the backseat of my car, obviously no one was, at 2 a.m. was my son. My 2-year-old son was in the house. Asleep. Only the features were off. It was only a badly drawn memory from somebody who had only seen him once. The eyes were too narrow, the smile way too wide, and only half of his body was showing. I looked down, finished my task trying to look as calm as possible, and noped back into the house. Locked, chained the door, salted all the windows and doors. Incident number 2. My husband works evening and closing shifts. That usually brings him home after like 2 a.m. And one night in our room, my toddler in bed with me, he had begun hearing knocking sounds and muffled voices around 10 p.m. Assuming it's neighbors, I ignored it. As the night went on, the knocking sounds began to sound as if they were coming from closets and actual walls, even the ceiling. The voices got closer and began to sound more male. At 1 a.m. there was a bang at our back door, which is in the bedroom leading to the fenced-in backyard with a chain and a lock that only husband has the key to cause. You know, it's the hood and we have small kids. The voice I heard was literally my husband. "It's me. Let me in, please, love." In his exact tone and using the name he calls me. Even my son jumped up yelling, "Daddy's home." Something was off. He never comes to the back door. He calls me or presses the doorbell and leave a ring, so what the fuck? I almost went to open the door because it sounded so much like him, but instinct kicked in, grabbed my son and my phone, and noped out of the room to my son's room, brought my daughter in his room, and locked the door. I called my husband, and you guessed it, he was still at work. Couldn't possibly have been him. When he comes home, he looked around, saw no evidence of anybody being there, or no camera footage. No neighbors saw or even heard anything. And that's a lot, because over here, everyone is nosy, knows everyone and everything, and, well, pretty much at all hours. Including whatever hour you're listening to this. And with that, sweet dreams. Hearing or seeing doppelgangers. So I have a sort of a ghost story. It's going to be pretty long because it's two different stories really, but probably the same entity. These two incidents actually happened, and I to this day have no damn clue what it was, or what I heard, or what I saw. We have tons of other occurrences in between, but none so terrifying as these two. Other than one of my kids being hid in their sleep and a handprint being left on them. But anyhow. I live in Louisiana. Sort of like the breeding ground for this kind of stuff, right? The block I live on is just wrong. I could go on about it, but I won't. We've joked that it may have its own little hellmouth. But incident number 1, basically the hood cat lady. I leave food and toys and even a cute little bed for my little friends. There's one that especially took a liking to me that I like to just sit outside at night and early morning and cuddle with for a bit. It was about 2 a.m. As usual, I go refresh bowls, and I noticed how cold it was in the middle of the summer in Louisiana. My door was shut, so it's not the AC. But I get this odd feeling, and I begin hearing whispers, and this voice, kid you not, it was like an octave lower than Voldemort's. Look up, look at me. Stupid me, I looked up, and in the backseat of my car, obviously no one was, at 2 a.m. was my son. My 2-year-old son was in the house. Asleep. Only the features were off. It was only a badly drawn memory from somebody who had only seen him once. The eyes were too narrow, the smile way too wide, and only half of his body was showing. I looked down, finished my task trying to look as calm as possible, and noped back into the house. Locked, chained the door, salted all the windows and doors. Incident number 2. My husband works evening and closing shifts. That usually brings him home after like 2 a.m. And one night in our room, my toddler in bed with me, he'd begun hearing knocking sounds and muffled voices around 10 p.m. Assuming it's neighbors, I ignored it. As the night went on, the knocking sounds began to sound as if they were coming from closets and actual walls, even the ceiling. The voices got closer and began to sound more male. At 1 a.m. there was a bang at our back door, which is in the bedroom leading to the fenced-in backyard with a chain and a lock that only husband has the key to cause. You know, it's the hood and we have small kids. The voice I heard was literally my husband. "It's me. Let me in, please, love." In his exact tone and using the name he calls me. Even my son jumped up yelling, "Daddy's home." Something was off. He never comes to the back door and calls me or presses the doorbell and leave a ring, so what the fuck? I almost went to open the door because it sounded so much like him, but instincts kicked in, grabbed my son and my phone and noped out of the room to my son's room, brought my daughter in his room and locked the door. I called my husband and you guessed it, he was still at work. Couldn't possibly have been him. When he comes home, he looked around, saw no evidence of anybody being there, no camera footage. No neighbors saw or even heard anything. And that's a lot, because over here, everyone is nosy, knows everyone and everything, and, well, pretty much at all hours. Including whatever hour you're listening to this. And with that, sweet dreams. Welcome to Paranormal M, where we bring the eerie and unexplained to your ears. Hit subscribe and turn on notifications for your regular dose of supernatural thrills. Get ready to be spooked. 2017 Ghost Story. So back in 2017 we bought a Ouija board. Well, not exactly. I was 11 years old at the time and I was obsessed with the paranormal. My mother was always skeptical of that stuff. She wasn't purely Christian, but she does believe in God and evil spirits. So I basically convinced her. Convinced her to buy a Ouija board. The one that we bought was actually just a piece of cloth with a Ouija board design on it. I didn't really want to buy it at first, because I was afraid that it wouldn't really work the way a normal one would. But my mom bought it anyway, saying that it would work like a normal one. So months passed and we never used it. It just hung up in my room. But I did have a weird experience after we bought it. So it was about a couple of months after we bought it and I was woken up at 5 a.m. Even though it was dark out, I got up anyway, turned on the TV. I was just sitting in the living room watching the show Adventure Time when I suddenly saw something out of the corner of my eye. I saw a black shadow figure darted from the living room where I was into the hallway. It was the hallway that led to my mother's room and my room. That's where my sister was sleeping. They were in second grade at that time. When I turned around, of course there's nothing there. I brushed it off as my eyes playing tricks on me. But after what happened next, though, I don't think that was the case. Again, let's fast forward a couple of months later. Me and my sister just got home from school, and her mom told us some shocking things. She told us that she was experiencing some bizarre things herself. Things like her thumb going numb randomly for no reason at all, the radio and TV malfunctioning, and her pet birds acting completely nuts like there was something else in the apartment. I was shocked by this news, but also kind of excited at the same time because I got to experience paranormal activity. But things sort of escalated that night. Later that night, my sister was too afraid to sleep in her room. We both shared a room. That was because she swore that she saw a figure in there that resembled Slender Man. I was pretty skeptical because even though I believed in ghosts, I didn't believe in Slender Man. But I was still pretty scared anyway. Later, my mom told me that, well, my sister and I were going outside to take her dog named Sophie on a walk. I was scared to stay, but I stayed anyway. I tried to take my mind off any spirits that might be in her house. All was well, but then my walkie-talkie was sitting right next to me and suddenly turned on and scared me half to death. The voice coming from the walkie-talkie was male, but because of the terrible audio quality, I couldn't understand him. Ran out of the apartment and down to my mom and sister and told them what happened. My mom said it could have just been railroad workers because there was a railroad next door to her apartment. Sometimes they'd be up there working. But this was in the middle of, the night, so there weren't any workers. My mom was still skeptical. But when we got back to her apartment, the TV was frozen. The screen was glitched. I woke up that night at 2 a.m., decided to go to sleep in my mom's room. My sister was already there because she woke up before me. That's when we heard the sounds. That night, me, my sisters, and my mom heard the sounds of footsteps in the hallway. Like movie cases falling off her shelf in the living room and pots and pans in the kitchen. Couldn't have been our pets because our cat and dog were in the room with us. Our birds were sleeping in their cage. It wasn't a person. Our apartment door automatically locks when closed. Can't even be opened without our key. And that was with us. The only other way in was through our windows, where you would have to climb up a 4-foot building to get to it. Another thing, like we heard that night, was like my walkie-talkie. Turned on again, that same male voice speaking through it. And after that night, some things went back to normal. Others didn't. One night, I had to sleep in my mom's room for the rest of the time that we lived there, because any time I slept in my room, I would always wake up at 2 a.m. Never fall asleep for the rest of the night after. My little sister kept claiming that she saw shadow figures even after we moved into a new house. Like she would still see them. It wasn't until early 2019 when she stopped seeing them. I'm now 14 in 8th grade going into 9th grade. My sister's now 11 and going to 6th grade. My mom threw away the Ouija board after that. Said that she's never buying one again. It came at 2 a.m. This happened back in 2017. I've posted this story on Reddit before about a year ago, but I left out some pretty important things and details. So I'm reposting this on a different subreddit with more information. I was about 11 years old when this happened. I was living in an old apartment building in Spokane, Washington, or Spokane. That was with my mom and little sister. They were in 2nd grade at the time, and I've always been obsessed with the paranormal. I would spend my time on YouTube listening to ghost stories and things like that. It was during the Halloween season, so we decided to go to Spirit Halloween, which is something we pretty much did every year. We decided to buy this tablecloth that had like a printing of a Ouija board on it. Well, I'd always wanted a Ouija board. My mom's kind of religious, so she was pretty hesitant. Since this wasn't a real Ouija board, my mom decided to buy it anyway. I still planned to try and play with it, see if I could summon something. I never really got around to it, so we just ended up hanging it up in my room, and that was it for a while. A few months later, I decided to get up early and into the living room to watch cartoons. Still dark outside, my mom and sister were asleep, and all was well. Till the reader got deja vu and thought it was like a slightly different retelling of it, but I'm pretty sure it's exactly the same retelling of it. And yet I persevere. I instantly spun around and faced the direction where I saw the figure. Of course there's nothing there, so I shrugged it off, thought I could have just been seeing things in the dark. Fast forward again about a month later, and that's when things started to kind of go down. Me and my sister got from school, and that's when my mom starts to tell us strange things were happening in our apartment, such as her thump randomly going numb. Okay, last time it said thumb. So, I wasn't really scared at first. In fact, I was kind of excited. I always dreamt of having a paranormal encounter, and now it's finally happening. But as soon as I would learn that the paranormal is no laughing matter, it isn't something to be all that excited about. That evening, things got even stranger. My mom said that her and my sister were going to go take her dog Sophie on a walk, so I said I wanted to stay behind and see if anything paranormal would happen. My mom seemed to be okay with it. After that, I sort of left her apartment alone, sitting there again watching the show Adventure Time on her TV. Suddenly, my walkie-talkie was sitting right next to me, and it sprang to life. It used a man's voice beginning to talk from the other end. It scared the shit out of me. I instantly ran outside to meet up with my mom and sister to tell them all what happened. She said it could have just been on the same channel as someone else. Plus, we live right next to it like a railroad, and sometimes there'll be workers up there with radios. But that didn't make any sense. First off, you could clearly see the radio outside, or railroad. If there's nobody out there, well, my walkie-talkie had been turned off, so I have no idea how it could have just been randomly turned on like that out of nowhere. When we got back up to the apartment, the TV was all distorted. Pet birds were going nuts. Not long after that, I started to get an extreme pain building up in my chest. I don't know how to describe the pain, but it felt somewhat like something was pressing hard against my chest. That same evening, my sister ran out of her room. By the way, we shared a room. She said that she saw a faceless man standing in the room, but when we looked in there's nothing there. She described the man as completely faceless, having no eyes, nose, or mouth. She was too scared to go back into her room, and I started to get a bit spooked as well. Soon my mom was able to convince her everything was fine. She was able to go to sleep. That night I woke up at 2 a.m. Whenever me and my sister would wake up in the night, we'd go into my mom's room and sleep there. My sister had woken up before me, because she was already in there, so I went and joined them. All three of us were awake and tried to go to sleep. But then that's when things got started. Well, we could hear what sounded like footsteps in our house. They were in the kitchen and the living room. We also had a huge shelf of movies in the living room, and it sounded like somebody was pulling them off the shelf. On top of all this, we could hear pots and pans in the kitchen and my walkie-talkie in the living room. That was the same man speaking through it. I don't know what the man's voice was saying, but I could clearly hear someone talking. I don't know exactly how long this went on, but it felt like at least an hour or more. It couldn't have been our dog or our cat making the noise, since they were both in the room with us. Our birds were locked in a cage. The next morning, pretty much everything went back to normal. That was the last time we heard those noises, and nothing else strange really happened. And what was weird was, despite the noises, nothing seemed to be out of place. None of our movie cases were scattered or anything like that. But I knew it wasn't simply a dream, like my sister remembers it too. Soon after, my mom threw the Ouija tablecloth thing in the trash. Refused to buy anything else like it to this day. But after that incident, there's two things that occurred related to it. Every night after that, I would always wake up at 2 a.m., but only if I slept in my room. So would my sister. It was always at the same time or around the same time for some weird reason, I don't know. This didn't seem to affect my mother at all, though. We never really had that problem. Only seemed to affect us kids. My sister didn't stop seeing that faceless man for at least another 2 years. That was even after we moved from that apartment. She would see him in dark corridors or rooms, but would always be gone after she looked away. She doesn't see him anymore, though. Thankfully, I've been able to sleep better without waking up every night. But I still think about this incident sometimes. I've had people say to me before that it could have just been a bear or a person or something else, but there's no way it could have been a bear since we're living in the middle of downtown Spokane in a 4-story apartment. We were living on the 4th story. The only way into our apartment is through the door, which instantly locks when it's closed and needs a key to be opened, which my mom had on pretty much all the time. You couldn't climb through the windows without breaking them. You'd have to scale the side of the building to the 4th floor. So this is also why it couldn't have been a person. But all I know is we didn't just imagine this. Something has to be done there. Shit got weird before we moved. So just for context, my boyfriend had been living in our old place for about 10 years. Then I moved in and lived there for about 5. I always felt a presence in this house, but over time, whatever it was targeted me over my boyfriend. If he's asking me shit over my headphones, when I'd ask my boyfriend what I was talking about, he'd have no idea what I was talking about. I used to have a lot of sleep paralysis in our bedroom. I'm talking being sexually assaulted by someone or something unseen. There was one night where I was petrified in the bedroom, so much so that I moved to the lounge room to sleep because of it. The spare room had some weird energy. We had a camera set up in there while we were just sort of kitten sitting for me. And we also had 2 cats, and apparently it was better to let them get to know different events before, so we commingled them so we could have the lounge room door shut between them initially. But anyway, back to the camera. My boyfriend said that once he thought he'd seen static-like figures walking across the screen in the spare room. So there was things like that. It all came to a head and we started packing to move to another property. During the final 2 or 3 days before we left, I started having the sleep paralysis again. It had rarely happened since, and, well, once again I was being sexually assaulted and violently choked. I was pushed and scratched, and I have a massive scar down my arm now. The cats started, hissing at random empty spots, and tempers were flaring. I'm sorry that this was stress from moving being realistic. The final night we had mostly gotten all the big stuff out, but really had some of the sort of leftover bits and pieces to do. We were both starving, so we decided to order pizza. While we were waiting for my boyfriend, he had a shower. During that time I heard a fucking loud moan. Now the house was pretty much empty, so the sound reverberated off the walls. I thought maybe it was my boyfriend in the shower, so when he came out I made him try and replicate the moan in the shower. With water running to try and debunk it. He did, and that was not the sound I heard. I asked him to make a moaning sound in the lounge and kitchen, where I was. He did it. It wasn't the same moan I heard, but it captured the exact pitch. So that weirded me out. A couple of hours later, we were making a final trip to the van before shutting the door for the night, and we both heard canned laughter. Some kind of talking from a TV show in the distance. It's 3 a.m. by this stage, and I guarantee no one was watching anything that early, especially that loudly in the morning. And as soon as it started, it stopped. Stopped once we moved away from the house. I'd run back in one final time and it started and stopped again. Is this normal? Is this good? Or is this bad? So this has been going on since as long as I can remember. I've always seen shadow people creeping around corners behind people and close and far. Sometimes that would make me feel absolutely terrified to the bone, and sometimes I felt perfectly safe. We used to be a really religious family. I remember learning about angels and demons at church and how everybody had a guardian angel. I rationalized the shadow people as this. One would pop up, stand in the doorway, and another would pop up behind or in front or next to it. I would assume that my guardian angel was protecting me from some demon. Fast forward now, and only gets more frequent. They're clear as day. I can stare at them for up to 30 seconds before they leave. They'll only be on one side of the counter, and when I look at them, they duck down and hide. Same thing behind the couch and some doorways. Sometimes it's only a head, and sometimes it's the whole body in all different sizes. They watch me. I've always felt like I'm being watched. I have a friend who said that he never had experienced anything like this. That was till he met me. I once randomly asked if he ever seen anything at my house. He said yes. He told me when I would go to the shower, something would dash after me from my room to the hallway where the shower was. He said after seeing this stuff, he started noticing it at his house. After telling one of my older sisters, they're 32 years old, she admitted that she's always seen stuff like this. But the last time she was at my house, she'd seen something crouching almost. It was behind her. So she went to go look behind her and got up and ran. But it, looked at her, had these horrifying, pure white eyes. She's never seen anything with eyes like that, so she refuses to come to my house and basically sages everything and, well, I've had things thrown in the direction of me, including broken glass too. These are just some examples. I don't know if it's related, but my other sister's been having these dreams about this woman wanting to take her baby while she was only 3 months old. It's actually how she found out she was having a daughter. I had a dream a few months ago. Horribly vivid. I don't get nightmares, really, but I can recount the absolute dread I felt when that thing came in the house after my sister let it in. My sister was blank-faced. I was directly behind her with her face over her shoulder. She wanted my niece and nephew. I wouldn't let her take them. She wouldn't touch me wouldn't really touch me or them. She got my sister to grab them, and when I went to go grab them back to my sister, she immediately dropped her grip on them like she had no power. I told my sister later on to describe to her and my sister, that we've been dreaming this. 12 years of the same thing. Is this bad that I see shadow people? Could the two separate things be connected? What should I do? Working at a nursing home is terrifying. I'm a 26-year-old student going to university studying veterinary medicine. I was struggling financially, and when COVID-19 hit my country, I decided that I needed to find a job. I got a job in a nursing home. I do the night shift, from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. When I first started, I didn't notice anything strange, but as time goes by, I'm feeling more and more uneasy. The first thing I noticed was the hand dryers in the common bathrooms going off for no reason. Only for a few seconds, 2 to 3 seconds tops. I thought, okay, that's weird, but oh well. The next thing that really happened directly to me, not to my gecko, was really terrifying. I was downstairs, and mind you, this is a 150-year-old institution. It's an old house, despite the work they did here. There's 3 floors. The hand dryer from downstairs is the most active one. So I was there alone. I had my phone in my jacket pocket. I was walking around going to the coffee machine, and all of a sudden my phone gets yanked from my pocket. It smashed against the floor. Picked it up and opened out of there fuck this shit. The screen broke. Also, once in a while, one of the emergency bells, the ones the elder just sort of press when in trouble in the bathroom, it goes off. We panic because it's really a loud ring and different ones in different rooms, and it usually means that someone's in trouble in the bathroom. Usually they fall on the floor. So we rush there all at the same time. There's no one in the bathroom. One night I was dozing to sleep for a while. I opened my eyes and I saw a dark male figure sitting in the room across from me just watching me. I thought it was my mind playing tricks on me. Closed my eyes and fell asleep. This one happened yesterday night. The most terrifying by far. I was feeling tired, so I went to the room next to the nurse's office. There's some long chairs there, so I thought I was going to have a lay down for a little bit. When I got there, I felt uneasy, like someone was watching me. But I thought, hey, stop being crazy, it's all in your head, so I tried to doze to sleep, and I do. It was a very light sleep. Then, like 20 minutes in, I woke up, the chair was shaking uncontrollably. Got up and fell. Thought it was an earthquake. Ran to the other room where my colleagues were and asked, did you fucking feel the earth shaking? They were confused and said no. We're probably dreaming and laughed it off. But I know what it felt, and it terrifies me. The Light Bridge. About a year ago, I would come off at work sometimes around 1 or 2 in the morning. The shift time fluctuated. I didn't notice at first, but when I did, I couldn't find any way to explain it. So I've come here for answers. As I merged into the freeway off my work, the first overpass I approached had what seemed to be a beam of light shining on the bridge. Now this by itself is nothing to be wary of. It could be a pedestrian with a flashlight or a car's headlights. What got me skeptical was how it behaved once I approached. It would disappear. You know those moments in your life when you see or you hear something that you can't quite explain, but it only happens one time, so you sort of delete it from your memory. This was different. This was consistent. Once I noticed, it was hard not to see this happen every single night, like a mysterious-looking light flashing away. It would flash away once I, and only I, drove underneath it. I looked into some research to see what this possibly could be, and every time I offered an explanation, I was shut down. A car or a person's lights. It was far too narrow, straight, and bright to be a light like that. A train or a tram passing by real fast. The overpass was just a regular 4-lane bridge. Scientific experiment. Well, there's no consistent time, and this is happening early in the morning, and well, I don't really know. Maybe triggering a pressure plate. Think there were other cars on the road, just mine would cause the light to vanish? Maybe car light reflection on the rail as I pass by. Like I said, there were other cars on the freeway, and the nature of the light source couldn't possibly be caused by a car's headlights. As I had exhausted all my solutions, I came to the conclusion that it must be a hallucination. It was a new schedule for me. I usually sleep early, but now my body's still going at 2 in the morning. So it must simply be that I'm fatigued to the point that I'm imagining things. That was till I got video proof. I showed it to my sisters just to see, make sure I wasn't hallucinating the video too. I swear these have been messed with. They haven't. At least other than cropping for file size. I can't wrap my head around it, and I don't understand what happened there. And for the record, I only worked there for a couple of months and left in March of 2019. I've got no clue what this could be anymore. I don't believe in the paranormal, but this might be one time I make an exception. What is this? Great-grandfather visited me. This occurred while my grandmother was in home hospice for dementia. This was sometime between losing her ability to walk and not understanding conversation. To put into some perspective, my grandmother's in a room towards the back of the house while my bedroom's closer to the front. The kitchen's toward the front of the house as well, so there's a decent space between my grandmother's room, my bedroom, and the kitchen. I was laying in bed one night. I was hearing deep breathing. I have a dog, and I thought maybe he was snoring or having difficulties breathing. But it wasn't coming from where he was, which was in my grandmother's room. I return, lights are turned off, and I hear that breathing again. I hold my breath, and the breathing continues. That's it. Freaked me out enough to turn the lights on. I said a full rosary and had a really uneasy sleep. The next morning, I whispered to my mom what happened in the kitchen. I don't remember her reaction other than telling me I needed to tell it to go away. I go with my mom to my grandmother's room to help bathe and feed her. At some point she apologizes to me. She said that her father just wanted to look at me and he didn't mean to scare me. That's it. Really minor visitation. Towards the end of my grandmother's life, there were more visits from her relatives and friends. There were sometimes shadows, even geckos. You'd get a feeling of not being alone. It never felt scary, but beyond that first surprise at least. I think when she died, her father took her away. Wiccan stepmother summoned something in the hotel room. First of all, as the title suggests, my SM is Wiccan, and regularly practices witchcraft. Stepmother. When I was younger, she would often practice her craft in the basement and cast spells on me and other family members. This was one of those times. We were in the hotel in St. Louis, Missouri. That was for a family vacation. After a long day of swimming and other outdoor activity, we turned into the hotel for the night. My little sister and I were in one bed. My elder brother in the recliner and my father and... why do I keep forgetting that? Stepmother. That's not even hard. My little sister and I were in one bed, my elder brother in the recliner, my father and stepmother in my other bed. Just as we were getting to bed, my stepmother got up and left the room, saying that she was checking out something. When she returned, she had far too familiar, this sort of look on her face. We knew she had done some sort of ritual while out of the room. She always got a sort of wild look when she did witchcraft, but to be fair, she often did drugs while practicing as well. So that may have been it too. That's not a good combination. So, we're all settled into bed without much of a word. Now my little sister's always insisting on bringing a nightlight whenever she's staying in a hotel. And as you can imagine, for having a literal witch of a mother, she wasn't a big fan of the dark. I was laying in bed listening to everybody else snore away when I noticed some movement on the ceiling. This is where things get paranormal. Despite the nightlight, there was a shadow splayed across the ceiling. It was a humanoid figure. My body told me it was definitely human, or maybe inhuman. The shadow's feet, we're going to call them, they sprouted from the top of the door, with legs and a body protruding into the room, culminating into a head a few feet from the bed. It was completely motionless, almost seemed to be made of smoke. That was as its image shifted slightly as I looked in horror. My fear only grew as I realized that despite the impossibility, the shadow had two eye holes, and I could tell it was looking straight at me. I began to shiver in fear, wanting to scream, but afraid to do so. Then I heard shuffling across the room. My elder brother, evidently uncomfortable in his sleeping arrangements, had gotten up to use the restroom. I walked across the room, and the nightlight now cast his shadow across the ceiling as well. As he walked, his head shadow got closer to the other shadow's own head. When that finally met, the shadow instantly snaked across the ceiling, almost like it was melting. Went back to the door and then out of the room. My brother, too busy trying not to trip on his way to use the bathroom, took no notice of me or the shadow. He did his business, then returned to his chair. Too scared to sleep, I laid staring at the ceiling for what seemed like hours, until at some point I just passed out. I only woke up after being shaken awake by my father. Spent the rest of the day watching over my back, just staying out of the shadows. That night shook me to my absolute core. And to this day, I'm wary of shadows in the dark. Tend to stay away from basements. Feel even more sorry for my little sister, who had to live with her for many more years. If anybody'd like to hear more about my crazy Wiccan stepmother, just let me know. The Balloon. Happy haunting. For years, I've worked at a small grocery store in the American Midwest as an overnight stocker and weekend manager. The business has been family-owned for generations. My family's been intertwined, completely separate and divorced from interviewed. But we have been intertwined with them since the beginning. The owners became close friends with my family. We'd often come to gatherings and such to visit. The owner at the time, the father of the current owner, was a kind man who spent most of his 30-ish years of ownership at the store working maybe 10 or 12 hours a day. He was sort of a grandfather figure to me, many others too, and when he passed in 2010, we were all heartbroken. A few years after the owner, who I'll refer to as Bob, passed away, I finally got a job working at the store. Since my family was close to the owners, I quickly moved up the ranks to overnight worker, and eventually to weekend manager. Over the years, me and the other employees noticed certain odd things happening in early morning hours between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. Usually. Things would inexplicably fall from shelves, automatic doors would open for nobody, and the motion-activated lottery machines would go off even though no one was there. After a while, we suspected some sort of paranormal activity and reported it to the current owner. He simply said, "That must be Bob." Most of the time, these occurrences were harmless, likely because Bob didn't want any harm to come to the store his family had owned and operated for generations. He also never revealed himself to a customer, not that we've ever had a reported one at least. I'd never had any direct encounter, only seen on cameras or heard from coworkers, until, that is, the night of the balloon. As an overnight stalker, I would work pretty short on, closing shortly after opening. Next morning, I usually work at 10 to 6. This meant that the only people in the store for the most of the shift were me and my other 2 coworkers. It just so happened on this night that the grocery truck was rather small, so we got all the groceries stocked up by 3 a.m., just had the dairy products left. My coworkers, not really obligated to stay for anything other than the grocery stock, promptly left, so by 3:30 I was completely alone. As I filled the shelves with cheese, milk, and various other dairy products, my mind began to wander. Suddenly a face appeared in my mind, clear. I thought I'd seen it that day. It was the face of Bob, wearing a big smile he had always had, even after a long day. I became a little sad thinking about him, so I decided to take a quick break and get a drink. Finished the box I had, and I made my way to the end of the aisle. As I rounded the corner, I stopped dead in my tracks. An icy cold spot hit my chest. I looked around and laid eyes on a balloon floating up chest height a few feet away. Written on the balloon were 2 words, "Thank you," in bright letters. I was completely frozen. I was stuck to the spot. The balloon had no business being on this side of the store. I was in the opposite corner of the building. No draft would have carried it there. After a minute or so, I unglued myself from the floor and carefully walked around the balloon toward the back room. I went to the back office, checked the cameras, ensured the balloon did in fact exist, only to find it slowly floating down the dairy aisle. "Okay, Bob," I said with a slight grin. "I'll get it finished before I go." With that, I returned to the aisle, the balloon floating a few feet away, and worked for another hour or so to finish. Once I was done, I grabbed the balloon, carried it back to our floral department, and deflated it, laid it flat on the desk, and left a note for the worker who would open in the morning. One of Bob's granddaughters. From Bob. The Smoking Visitor. My grandfather was a man who smoked more than any man I've ever seen. Cigarettes, cigars, home-rolled, it didn't matter, he smoked it. He was never really into chewing tobacco or patches, and he heavily favored cigars over anything else. There was a particular brand that he would smoke. I don't recall exactly what it was, but he would carry them around with him like a specially carved metal case. He'd smoke them almost all day. He worked a stressful job in the government for most of his working years, which is where he obtained his habit. After he retired, it sort of stuck around until the day he died. I was very little when he passed away, less than 10 years old. I can still remember the smell of those cigars he would smoke. Not that I liked the smell, in fact I hated smoking, but it was such a distinct scent that it only ever meant one thing: Grandpa's here. Even years after he died, my grandmother especially would claim to have visits with Grandpa, saying that they would sit and chat for hours, I always assumed this was just her way of dealing with grief, imagining that he was still there and having a long conversation with him. She would often complain about the smell of cigars that he left after he disappeared again, saying that it would hang in the air for hours. It wasn't long before other family members began to have similar experiences. First my mother, then my stepfather, then my uncle. The story was always the same. They'd be alone in the house or the car, and suddenly the smell of those cigars would fill the room, and black out every other scent. It would get cold, even in the summer. My mom even said she would hear him coughing as though he were in the walls or above in the ceiling. She told me that one day he would just come pay me a visit, and I would know by the smell that followed him even beyond the grave. It wasn't long before she was proven right. My family and I just took a road trip down Route 66 to Las Vegas. That's where we'd be staying for the week. I was 16 at the time and hadn't heard anything more about my grandfather for some time. I thought perhaps he had finished whatever business he had on Earth and had finally passed on. Turned out I was wrong. Well, we were in New Mexico a little more than 3 days into our drive, and it was like a blisteringly hot day. It was over 100 degrees, not a cloud in sight. It was just me, my mother, and my stepfather in the car, blue, small sedan. There were hardly any other cars on the road, and endless desert stretched as far as the eye could see in every direction. Suddenly, my mom just gasped, and we all smelled that old familiar smell. "We have a visitor," my mother said calmly. The smell wafted through the air for a few miles, filling the entire consciousness. My head filled with thoughts of my grandfather, and I began to feel an icy cold breeze, even despite the horrendous weather. After a while, the smell dissipated and the climate returned to obscene hotness. This marked the only time to date I've been visited by my grandfather. Other family members have reported him multiple times afterwards, even as recently as this year. It's for me. The time I knew I was getting a call about an emergency before I even answered. I was working at Starbucks, and I was about 15 minutes into my shift. I remember being in a really great mood. Right before leaving for work, my husband and a roommate were heading out the door to walk to a gas station about a block away. While I'm making drinks, I hear the store phone ring across the room. I immediately look over to my coworker as she answers it because I know it's for me. We usually don't get a lot of calls in our store, especially not personal calls. I'd never had a personal call in the store either. There was no reason at all for me to think whoever was calling was trying to reach me. But I'd always sort of remembered knowing that something else was wrong. So right after answering the call, my coworker looked up and locked eyes with me, since I was already staring right at her, which was creepy, so at the moment I just smiled to try to calm her down. I don't think it helped when I said, "It's for me?" Someone stepped in for me, and I came over quickly. It was my roommate, and the first thing he said was something along the lines of, "First, I need you to stay calm." I said, "I'm calm. What happened?" Because since I had already known something was wrong before I answered, I didn't have any rush of panic, which is great because I already had bad anxiety. I also somehow didn't feel scared of what it was going to be like I already knew it was something that would pass. But anyway, he explained that while crossing the street, a huge pickup truck had run a light and hit both of them while trying to turn on the red. My roommate was a big guy, so he immediately caught the driver's attention and only stumbled before the driver hit the brakes. My significantly smaller husband was thrown to the ground, badly injured from the impact. He said that they were already in an ambulance. Thank God for a wonderful roommate, basically insisting that he needed to go with them to the hospital so he could let him and his wife and family know what all had happened. By then, he was still hurting. But he was joking around with the paramedics, and he's pretty optimistic about everything. They insisted he was all right and didn't need me there, which again I somehow knew before they even told me. I thanked them for the call, told my husband I loved him, and joked with him a little bit, and then I got back to work. Of course, I proceeded to tell my coworkers what happened, still casual and smiling. They, of course, freaked out, and the supervisor asked if I wanted to leave to go to him. I wasn't worried or stressed or anything, and I just said I was fine to stay, and I just treated it like a crazy start to the day. I'm positive it'll, sort of probably came off as like a setup for getting the day off until I rejected the offer, especially with how obvious it was that I knew the call was for me, but basically fine now after some long physical therapy that goes for walks for the same gas station with a slightly altered route. I don't mind this kind of foresight if it's going to keep me from another anxiety attack. A visit to the Grand Canyon Hotel in Arizona. So as mentioned above, I went to the Grand Canyon Hotel in Williams, Arizona. I was at a rest stop before heading to the Grand Canyon via the Grand Canyon Railway the following morning. We chose the hotel because it was cheap, and it was also said that the oldest hotel in Arizona was that. And at first sight, it was a beautiful hotel. The lobby was decorated with historical memorabilia and foreign currencies gifted by previous customers. After checking in, the front desk told us to check out the room and see which one we wanted to use. As we walked up the stairs, we were greeted by an old picture of an old lady. Judging from it, it looked like something from the late 19th century or early 20th. We were checking out the different rooms when my friend told me she felt like something tapped her on the shoulder. I joked around saying it was a ghost. Normally I'm pretty much a paranoid mess, you'd say, but on this night, I just wanted to rest after driving all the way from LA and super excited for the next day. I chose a room next to a hallway, and if you search for the hotel on Expedia or some other travel site, it's a room with a sailor uniform in it, like a real sailor uniform from the war. At midnight, I went to bed. Didn't have any paranoid thoughts. Went to bed peacefully, in fact. Then at around 1 in the morning, I hear footsteps. I hear footsteps outside my room. I'm thinking it's the neighbor's guests or something. I try to go back to sleep, then the footsteps reappear. And this time in my room. I'm terrified at this point. Open my eyes, sit up on my bed. Silence. So I go back to sleep. I should also mention that the bed that I was sleeping on was an extremely soft bed. If you sat down on the left side of the bed, I would completely roll over to your side. So I was sleeping once more, then the footsteps came back, and again in my room. Except this time it sounded like it was running around. Terrified, I keep my eyes closed. My arms start to go up and down on the bed, and there's something walking on my bed. After hesitating, I open my eyes. Right in front of my eyes were two extremely pale butt cheeks. My head between the legs. They were small. It was obviously a child's ass. Couldn't tell which gender the body belonged to, but it was very much a child's pale blue ass. Then I closed my eyes once more, heart beating faster than it's ever been. Then I opened my eyes and it's gone. After a few minutes of silence, I reach for my phone and watch some of The Office to cheer me up. Go to bed at around 6 in the morning. I talked to the front desk in the morning. They said there's no reports of ghosts in the hotel. If any of you have ever visited the hotel and have been visited by something or someone, please let me know. This was my very first haunting, and I want to know more about the child that visited me in the middle of the night. Night. I was always skeptical of the paranormal, and now I'm a firm believer. What a weird first ghost to have witnessed. Reply to negative inches about ghost in Grand Canyon Hotel, Williams, Arizona. I stayed in this hotel, and yet we had a strange experience. I'm from Australia, and the person I was with is originally from New York. We were on a very loosely planned last-minute road trip. We were just enjoying each other's company and pretty much just using the open road, seeing the sights, stopping all over, wherever we needed to do, and seeing what we wanted to see. Similar to the original post, we had arrived at the end of the day. We had driven from Las Vegas. No real plans to stop at Williams. No reason to. Not even sure why we did. It was sort of a blip on the map. This was 2011. My suggestion was always to look to the center of town to find somewhere historical or significant to stay. We arrived around early dinner time, went in, the place seemed deserted. We stood chatting in the lobby, looking at historical photos and paraphernalia. A couple sort of emerged from behind the desk and showed us upstairs. The hallway had all these old sepia photos of people kind of that bulged out of the frame. I must admit it was mildly creepy, but only for a moment. The adventurous feelings of finding the nostalgic place sort of overrode the creepiness. There were different rooms. The nautical-themed one seemed the nicest, but I wanted a street window room. Sounds stupid, but I both wanted natural light and being able to see the car on the side street below. We ended up in the honeymoon room or something like that. It also had a nice en suite. The room had an old wedding dress hanging on the wall next to the bed. Yeah, it was pretty creepy. The woman told us that it was inside a chest that they found in the desert. My friend and I glanced at each other when she said that I raised our eyebrows. But again, didn't think too much about it. After booking in, we walked up the street to a rock and roll hot rod style diner and had a meal. Upon returning, my friend said that she didn't like the old dress hanging on the wall, so I carefully hung it in the cupboard that was between the en-suite and the door to the room. It was a bit off-putting and the first thing your eyes to see when you went into the room anyway. There was also a pair of long white debutante-type gloves hanging over a little shelf on the other side of the bed, up above the radiator. The warm air from the radiator below made the fingers move. It was late November and pretty cold. All the gloves were moving due to the heat from the radiator, so it was more funny than creepy. I went to sleep, and then at around 3 a.m. I was woken by creaking floorboards near the door. The sort of thing where I would normally just check into the sound in my mind, listen for a minute without opening my eyes and go back to sleep. The floors were creaky, so I thought it was just another guest that had booked in. Then I realized the creaking and shuffling sounded more like it was inside the room, not out in the hall. I could feel my friend in the bed next to me, so it wasn't going to be her going to the bathroom. I opened my eyes and lifted my head to see if somebody else was in the room. I didn't see anything. It was weird. I lay there listening, but I drifted off, relegating the sound to being an old building and me being half asleep. About an hour or so later woke me again. This time, the creaking sounded like actual footsteps walking across the room toward the bedside. It sort of repeated a couple of times as I was waking up, no mistaking it. I lay there still for a moment, gathering my thoughts, thinking there's someone in the room and that I needed to take action. My friend had obviously woken too and nudged me as if to say, "Did you hear that?" I quickly sprang up and peered around the room. There was nothing, but it definitely sounded like somebody had walked across the room and stood next to the bed, went back towards the door and then back to the bed again. Coincidentally, the path of the steps was from over near the door, next to the cupboard where the wedding dress crossed the side of the bed where the wedding dress had been hanging. It was very clear and almost like you could feel someone standing next to the bed. I switched on the lights, checked the door, went to the toilet while I was up and kind of walked around the room. This was sort of an effort to make my friend feel safe, show her that everything's okay. Basically stayed awake for the next hour and a half, maybe dozing lightly, then getting up at some point around 6. Having dozed a little bit more deeply for a little while more, the morning light made the room feel a little bit less ominous. We mentioned it to the people the next morning as we checked out, and they just looked at us blankly, not really engaging in the subject. They weren't rude, just kind of awkward. We then went and had some breakfast at the Snowboarder Cafe back at the road near the diner, recounted the events, and both agreeing that something unexplainable had happened. Not sure if the wedding dress really had anything to do with it or not, but it was definitely hard to explain away as nothing. We both felt it wasn't random old building noises. So yes, there's something weird about the place. To follow up with this, we didn't learn our lesson. The next night we ended up checking into the Monte Vista in Flagstaff. Ended up not staying there the whole night. I have more and more frequently been seeing tall, pitch-black figures. The very first time I ever saw these things, I was around 6 or 7. My family was camping at some lake in Oklahoma. I saw two strange figures standing outside her camper alone, and I saw a ghostly white figure. It looked like a preteen girl with long hair and a gown, running into the woods chased by a tall, thin black figure. I froze, called for my dad, who went to the woods where I saw these, but he saw no footprints or anything. I moved to a rural property in 2015. It's definitely my home. It's my home. In January of 2016, at age 11, I was standing outside and just kind of staring out at the trees on the property. I was doing this for a solid 3 seconds. I made eye contact with this abnormally tall, emaciated, pitch-black humanoid. I used quotations around eye contact, seeing it had no eyes. It was hanging upside down by its knees from a tree branch. Its long arms were touching the ground. If I had to guess, I'd say it was around 7 to 10 feet tall, maybe. I felt a deep sense of dread, ran inside to tell my father. When he came back out a few seconds later, it was just gone. I hadn't started seeing them again until recently, starting in September. On September 28th, my boyfriend, brother, and I were down the road from my house trying to catch fish at the bridge. I got bored and uncomfortable because there were gnats, so I started walking up the road back to my house. I was about halfway there when I saw the figure standing in the center of the road. I froze. It froze. It stood there for about a minute or two. It was around 9 feet tall, and its hands nearly touched the ground. I ran back to the bridge, waited to walk back to my brother and my boyfriend. I didn't speak for a solid 2 hours. 2 days ago, I was closing the blinds to a window my cat enjoys perching at. And it was staring straight outside the window, and it had its face inches from the glass. It opened its mouth, and I don't know why. This one had a mouth, the other one didn't, but in its mouth was a big bulging eye. I freaked the fuck out and curled up in my bed. Today I saw it peeking around a corner in my living room. I'm terrified. Anybody know anything about this? What the fuck did I witness? I live in Pennsylvania. There's a creepy house called Remayer's Hollow. That's where a murder took place in 1928. I'll post the Wikipedia page if you want to read up on it. On one afternoon, I was hanging out with two of my friends and we weren't really doing anything. This was like 4 years ago. We were bored teenagers. So I mentioned checking out that house, and they never heard about it, so once they heard the backstory about it, they were down to visit it. When we got there, it was pretty light out. It was maybe an hour away from us, and we looked around, imagining wherever, all these things took place, just talking about the history of it. And if you're from Pennsylvania, and if you know this place, you know that they sort of up security over over the years, and especially now, so we're being respectful, just admiring the property. Once we decided to leave, my friend sort of backed out and went the wrong way. He ended up coming to a dead end, and he had backed up into someone's driveway. I was in the back seat, and he had my head looking out the back window to make sure he was all good, and out of nowhere, I saw this woman, long black hair, piercing black eyes, and a white dress staring at me. They were keeping eye contact in the doorway of this house. I turned around, freaking out, with tears in my eyes. Looked back, and there was no one there. I had to look away for only 2 seconds. My friend was backing up, told me he didn't see anything. My other friend was looking down at his phone, and he clearly didn't see anything either. I somehow was the only one who witnessed her. Never felt fear like that before. The way she was looking at me will never leave my mind. I don't know if I saw a creepy woman or if I saw something paranormal, but whatever it was still haunts me to this day after years. Kids and animals. My dad passed away the night before I began my senior year of college. I obviously missed the first week and nothing was the same. I lost a friend, confidant, advisor. 7 months later, my girlfriend had to learn that she was pregnant. One of the first things she said to me was, "We're going to be okay, we're just bringing back part of what you lost." This was wildly helpful and comforting since I was 22 and never had a baby before. And as an only child with an uncle that never had kids or cousins that only sort of lived like 8 hours away. So shortly after we found out at school, our puppy started to bark softly at my desk. The desk happened to be the last thing my dad and I put together the day he died before we got dinner. Suddenly there was a crash, something falling in the corner which sent the dog into a state of constant barking. Not just I think I heard something bark. She had, done that before. This was a new kind. Waking up in the morning, I saw this box of binder clips on the floor. There's no way they moved from the position they were in when I went to bed. They were firmly in the desk, not near the edge. Several years went by, and my daughter's about 2 playing in my mom's house on a visit. I was talking to her, and all of a sudden my daughter poked her head around the kitchen, waved, and said, "Hi, Joey." My mom and girlfriend looked away at her and asked, "What'd you just say?" She'd never heard the name or any of us talk about my dad before, but she was saying hi to him, and her response was just saying hi, like innocently without a clue. Later that year, visiting my girlfriend's parents, we slept there one cold New England night and a lot of property. They let people keep horses in one of the areas that was penned in. One of the horses had died earlier that day, and late night our daughter wanted to get in bed, and the wind was just howling. So she gave us each a kiss. She gave each of us a kiss and said goodnight, which sent a chill through me, because she said, "Goodnight, horsey ghost." Again, she didn't see this horse, had died or been back to see us since the winter. 2 of us in the darkness, lit only by moon outside the window, like we all both just mouthed what the fuck to each other. And this has continued throughout her life, occasionally asking me for certain things that have only meaning to my dad and stories that he would tell, using certain words and phrases and playing with toys that she'll occasionally be talking to Joey. At 10, I'm starting to wonder if she truly might have taken his place in this world, or just has this subconscious connection. Could she be a potential empath, since she's wildly emotional at times? I don't know nearly enough to know if I'm even in the right realm there. Could it just be that she has a pure soul and certain things are revealed to her? They are everywhere. Not sure if this is just me, but no matter what time, place, who I'm with, sober or fucked up, the shadow people casually walk around Earth. They're not fully opaque. It's like a fuzzy haze and an outline of a person. Imagine a silhouette of energy. First time I started to see them was when I was around 14, and I'd go out of my house, go to the shed, and I'd smoke cigarettes. I would see them walk past me. I'd go down the road, just walk around. At the time, I called them wanderers. I think shadow people is a better fit. One time stands out more to me when I was outside, smoking weed and cigarettes by myself behind the shed. I turned around to face the shed, and I see one of them peering around the corner right into my eyes. There were hands and fingers that were curled around the corner, and in the middle was a clear head. No facial features, but staring right at me. We made, quote-unquote eye contact for 10-15 seconds before it slowly creeps back around the shed out of sight. I've never really had a fear of them at any point, even that last one, though they would give me a slight spook walking down the road in the dark just to come face to face with one. But letting go of the worry of making too long of a post, I'll tell the one time I actually felt scared of one. I was inside sitting on my couch. I don't entirely remember, but I was probably only high on weed, and from my seat I can see perfectly into this one room. This one room I've always kind of had a spook from, like a dark open closet door at night. This time I look up and see one, but not like I've ever seen previously. This one was a child, or at least a child's height. It wasn't partly translucent like the others. Standing in the doorway, clear as can be, it was a fully opaque silhouette of fuzzy, tense energy. two dark pits where its eyes are supposed to be. I'm sitting there staring at it, and it's staring at me, and we hold. We probably held our gazes together for about 1 or 2 minutes, but I swear it felt like the longest time I've ever held in that seat. As it glares back at my whole body, it's filled with every negative emotion my body can process, and that's apparently a surprisingly large amount. Fear, loathing, wrath, sadness, hopelessness, confusion, everything horrifying and terrifying that's ever happened in this existence. Every great tragedy, genocide, shooting, and just every general fucked up shit in life. A full, deep, detailed understanding of these rushed through my head down to my torso, then down into my arms and legs, all while looking at what might have been something a little or a lot more like a wanderer or shadow person. Sitting there, scared shitless, slowly walked down my steps and is gone. I haven't seen it since, but I will say that I'm on the border between wanting to and not wanting to encounter it again. They're all still everywhere to this day. Welcome to Paranormal M, where each story promises to be a journey into the unknown. Subscribe and activate notifications to stay updated with our latest spine-tingling tales. Enjoy the thrill of the paranormal. The Lady in Room 424. This happened last December. I, a female 21, am a medical student. But since I was traveling in January, I decided to work as a caregiver in a nursing home for old, dependent people. When I first arrived, there was this woman that was dying. She was very old and in pretty bad shape. That was really tough for me, since I've never seen somebody die, or even dead. Anyway, I was working for a few days, and I came back one afternoon. My coworkers told me that the lady died the day before. Usually when somebody passes in a nursing home, the caregivers do the mortuary toilet. Edit. Translated too literally. Sorry, I actually meant preparing the body. But this woman had a contract with the funeral. They were doing it. But for some reason they couldn't take her already. So they put her on a cold bed in her room until they could come back. The blinds were closed, the lights off. Obviously the door locked. Only people working here had a key to unlock every door. 5 days after passing away, she was still here. It was a morning, and there were 3 caregivers in our building. We'll call them Claire and Anna. It was 8 a.m., and I was with Claire, who was giving food aid to another lady. Phone rang. We had one phone where we received an alarm bell with a resident asking for help by pulling on that string for, at the hospital. I saw the room 424, and I said I'll go for it. I was new, so I couldn't remember who it was in that room, but as I was walking the hallway getting closer to the room, I remembered, and I froze. I ran down the stairs looking for Claire and asked if she knew anybody coming down in the dead lady's room, thinking that this might be her family or the funeral people. She frowned and said that she didn't think so. This was getting a bit confusing. I looked for Anna, asking her the same. She told me that she had no idea. The phone kept ringing, and Anna kept going to tell me, check if everybody's inside the room, and maybe this could be her family asking for something. So I went back. The door was unlocked and the light was on. I knocked on the door. "Hello?" I said. No one answered. I didn't have the guts to go inside, but I could see the lady was still there. I truly was shaking. I pressed the little button to close her door and deactivate the alarm. I ran back again to my coworkers, explaining to them what the fuck was going on. I said I deactivated the button. Then the phone rang again. Claire told me to stay here and give the food aid while both of them were going to see what was going on. When they came back, they told me the most chilling thing. Nobody else was inside that room. The body was untouched. They called many people working here. Nobody was supposed to come. But mostly the reason why the phone kept ringing was that the alarm button, which was under her bed, was ripped from the wall. And for those asking about the smell of the body, saying that you can't leave a body more than a few hours, Actually, it can, and there'll be no smell. Funeral workers come and put the deceased people on a cold bed. Don't know if these work precisely or how, but the body's kept very cold. That also allows the family to come by and to see them. And I get that this is weird for you, but this isn't really unusual in France. I've worked in a different nursing home and bodies would be left in a cold bed in the room for 1 to 2 days. 5 to 6 days is very extreme, however. In a way, I think it's a little bit disrespectful for the lady and the family. It's too long of a wait. Also, about that button in the alarm. In the room, there's a big red button attached to the wall by a string. It's close to the bed. That's what residents press if they need any sort of help, like in hospital. And then at the entrance of every room, there's a little button to show your presence. It's a small green button that you use when you're in a resident's room. There would be like a green light over the door outside if the family or the doctor wanted to come into the room. That way they would wait. Also, it deactivated the alarm of the same room. Like you push once, there's a green light, you push again, and then there'll be no light above in the room. Why I believe in the paranormal. I was about 9 years old. My dad, me, and my siblings went on a vacation to my grandparents' house that's so far away from home. And to visualize the setting, my grandparents' house was half renovated with the living room and upstairs room. It was a deteriorating ancestral house, but the kitchen and bathroom and upstairs were used as a boarding house with few rooms. The backyard was still the original house, not renovated at that time. Everything was still in construction, so the TV was in the kitchen because the living room was a mess. It was midnight. We're watching a TV show with 2 of my cousins and my sister and my aunt. We'd laugh so loud at the shows and during the, advertisements, cracking jokes. And after a while, suddenly there was a very loud noise from upstairs. It sounded like kids running around. Thought it was my aunt's children playing, but we didn't even have time to react or shout at them because this loud noise came downstairs. I think the best way to describe it was like a brown-colored wind or smoke speeding. There were these stomping sounds down the wooden stairs. It passed by the TV and into the sink where the glasses in the rack rattled. We were still frozen in shock and fear and confusion. The wind came back from the sink and past the TV again and up again the stairs with the stomping feet noise. Sounded like it was in a hurry. The frames were hanging on the walls of the stairs and they were shaking. One of them even fell. I couldn't believe at the moment in my life that I just witnessed something that I can't explain. I've told the story to a lot of people. Some didn't believe me, some did. My aunt, who's always cooked in that kitchen, said that she used to do that paranormal thing as well. I used to hear it and see it, as well as my cousins and my dad who grew up in that house. They seemed to brush it off that day. But in my mind as a child at the time, I was horrified. That experience is something that'll haunt me forever, even now in my adulthood. Fairly certain my brother's house is haunted by an increasingly violent, confrontational poltergeist. Just want to preface this with the fact that I've never experienced anything paranormal before this year, beyond observable, questionable light orbs in my own iPhone videos taken on touristy ghost tours. I've always been skeptical about claims of the supernatural, and now I wish I could go back to being blissfully unaware. I say that because I'm pretty much convinced my brother's house is haunted by something or someone who seems to hate his guts. I think it wants him to leave. Without divulging too much personal details, I'll just say that my brother's an automotive technician who lives in Virginia. He's the kind of dude who listens to metal, drinks whiskey daily, has tattoos, and wears tactical boots. He goes off-roading, goes to shooting ranges, and has a girlfriend from New Jersey who helps him with anything technically savvy, given how he's largely computer illiterate. During my entire life, he's always jovially insulted me with mocking nerdy nicknames like Urkel Durkel. He was always quick to get into fights and arguments too. That was until the last few months after moving to his new place, a seemingly quiet suburban home built in 1977. Now he seems far more soft-spoken and respectful. fearful and filled with anxiety, sleep-deprived, and kindly asks to stay at my place or to have me sleep over at his whenever his girlfriend's out of town or working or visiting family in Jersey. It's a weird change in his behavior, and it's everything to do with what we believe is a poltergeist tormenting him. And by we, I mean multiple other witnesses, including his girlfriends, friends, coworkers, and house guests. He dreads going back to his own home at night to sleep, despite once being proud and elated about finally having his own basement man cave, and is currently relieved to be on vacation. It started with him coming home from work and finding the overhead fan in the garage turned on nearly every day of the week. He thought this was just his girlfriend turning it on and messing with him. She denied it, thought he was doing it to mess with her. The fans and lights seemed to just be going on by themselves after coming back to the house. It's an ongoing problem. Then one night when I was smoking a cigarette in the garage, I heard the door leading into the basement open. Turned around, nobody was there. I assumed it was his girlfriend. That was only at first. Well, she was snug under a bunch of blankets on the couch watching TV. That was far from the door. She thought it was me coming back inside. A few weeks later, both my brother and I are smoking a cigarette in the garage. We both witnessed the doorknob turn with a distinct sound. The door pushed itself open with considerable force. Despite it being an old door, it gets jammed in the frame. There was no HVAC or air conditioning on, but then again, air pressure doesn't really turn a doorknob. We both reacted in real time. We were saying, "What the fuck?" to each other. We talked about it all night. We then learned his girlfriend had seen the handles of a plastic bin seemingly opening by themselves. One of her friends also expressed fear of going into the garage because he had said he felt someone standing behind him breathing. He did this as he went to grab a couple of beers from the fridge in the garage. And from there, things just escalated quickly. My brother was putting away a liquor bottle in his liquor cabinet in the kitchen. He noticed a knife on the counter jump up 2 inches in front of him. He did an experiment, slamming the same cabinet door, but the knife or other objects didn't move from the vibration. On a different day, he heard a canister of garlic salt fall over inside one cabinet, and 5 minutes later, a box of pasta from a totally not adjacent pantry falls over as well. Then when he had one of his mechanic buddies over to the house, they both simultaneously heard a loud, prolonged scream. It was a feminine voice coming from upstairs. It seemed to be coming from the hallway. That was while they entered the basement through the garage. Both looked at each other saying, "What the fuck was that?" Basically. So when my brother was later explaining this to his girlfriend, her computer crashed in the nearby study and was on the floor instead of on her desk. So my brother talked to an HOA guy in the neighborhood. They told my brother that a few decades ago a pastor used to live in the house. A holier-than-thou type. They despised drinking, smoking, and loud music. And 3 things my brother enjoys on a daily basis. He said the pastor had not been dragged out of the house when dying, or rather, had to be dragged out of the house when dying. Being overly attached to the property, apparently, and later died in the hospital. The next-door neighbor confirmed that, well, she died when she was young, or he died when she was young. She also confirmed that the previous owner, a family with a little kid, quickly moved back to their home state of Texas. They became freaked out by noises and a sense of dread in the basement, along with the faint smell of cigarettes in the ground floor hallway leading to the house's 2 bedrooms, despite nobody in their family smoking cigarettes. The neighbor also refused to ever step foot in my brother's house. Searched online, found no records of anybody dying in the home. But that would exclude a person like a pastor dying at the local hospital. Just last Sunday, my brother then drunkenly started cursing at the ghost out loud, just insulting him for being an uptight and righteous pussy pastor. That was while we were sat on the basement couch watching TV. We both heard a rumble upstairs and didn't know what it was until we later went upstairs and found that the attic door was open. It was shoved to the side. It was revealing an eerie dark chasm in the middle of the hallway into the dark attic above. You might think that's unremarkable, but the attic door is thick and heavy. It's inset into the ceiling by about 3 full inches. It requires some muscle to lift up and over. It's about 10 feet above the hallway floor, requiring a stepladder for any person of normal height to reach it. I left in the middle of the night after he passed out, for obvious reasons I didn't want to say, but I hung out with my brother the very next night at my place instead. That's because he refused to go back to his own home after waking up in the morning, messing with the thermostat in the same hallway right before going to work and hearing a female voice moaning so loud it rattled his bed. He continued to sleep at the house the following night, Tuesday, but on Wednesday went to a local bar and restaurant with a friend before going back to the house. Sure enough, the lights on were in the house despite him turning all of them off. And that was days earlier. His girlfriend was present out of town on vacation. She was in Florida with friends, so waiting for him to come down there when work permitted. I helped him pack for his trip to the airport the next day, and sure enough, in the middle of the night after he passed out, I faintly heard a female moaning. It was coming from upstairs. That's while I was sleeping on the basement couch. And sorry to dump all of this on you guys, just have to vent because this is extremely bizarre. I don't know where else to really unload all this shit. And if you made it this far, thanks for reading. It's a cool house, he loves what he's done to the basement, and they've sunk some money into the place, decorated, and I've helped mount a big flat-screen TV in the family room wall with a swivel. They're properly moved into the home, you could say. I'm afraid they won't live there for a year, given the escalation. My brother jokes around that he's got 2 roommates who don't pay rent, the pastor and the moaning lady. But he's visibly shaken by this. His mental health is not okay. I fear this will soon become a financial burden for them if they have to move again. One of our friends is currently trying to convince him to set up cameras or audio recorders in the house, if only to prove to people he's not losing his mind. Good thing he has 2 other witnesses. Dad, who I didn't know, died. Maybe left me a parting gift. I'm not sure if this belongs, but give it a read and let me know what you think or if you've had any similar experience. My dad died this previous week. He was very sick. I didn't know him very well. We were getting back in touch, but I hadn't heard from him in a while. He died very suddenly. His funeral was yesterday, and after an emotional day, the family was eating. I remember picking my teeth, wishing I'd dental floss numerous times. I didn't ever pick my teeth when I got home. Whatever it was stopped bothering me, and I was so exhausted I just went to sleep. I woke up this morning, made my bed, and brushed my teeth. Keep dental floss picks in a bag by my sink, untouched by cats, but still didn't floss, and then I showered. Left my room, came back, and there was this dental floss pick on my bed. Thought it could have been my cat getting one from behind the trash because they're crazy. Must be real. I haven't flossed in a while, and the floss was completely unused. It was placed on my bed in a way like somebody put it there for me to find, not thrown carelessly. And this just happened. Just walked into my room and stared at it, inspected it, threw it away because I felt crazy for even thinking about his spirit doing that. And I sat down and cried. It was just such a weird thing. I don't know how it got there. I'm really struggling to believe that my cats did it. Is it possible that this was a ghost or spirit, like a parting encounter, or was it a gift? It's a strange gift. Dad's funeral was last night, and after the service meal, I needed dental floss the next morning under mysterious circumstances. There's an unused dental floss pick on my bed, and then I cry. I'd like to share this response to a post somebody made here. I responded with this a few days ago to a person asking about experiences with a long-fingered image that they've seen. I'd really like to know or talk to any others that have experienced anything similar. The original response is below. I know it's hard to talk about, but if anybody wants to share, I'm all ears. Or ears in this case, I guess, since I'm reading, or eyes. 40s here. Sane, married, job, house, car, sober. Just for context. Joined this sub a couple of months back, but this message stood out to me, so I thought I'd share it. I called it the bumblebee hands as a kid. Came in the form of night terrors, a faceless head at the end of a long hallway, figure outside my bedroom window looking up at me, hands that would pop up over the side of the bed then retract, figure walking away from the bedroom to bedroom or hallway, always with those hands. I've always just said that I was like an over-imaginative kid. I always was allowed to watch any horror movie, and my family were kinda not really the greatest. I was the kid that would jump from his bed to the hallway because I was sure those hands were just wanting to grab my feet if I didn't. I also had to have the bedroom door open a bit. I still get night terrors from time to time as an adult, but you sort of come out of it and just go on with life. I've learned how to kind of shut these dreams down. The trick is to sort of fuck back with what's messing with you in the dream. It doesn't always work, but it's never really, never anything like when I was little. But here's the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. I was 8, and I really swear I felt those fingers touching my head one night. Just one slow, gentle swoop across from my head from the headboard area of the bed. I've never forgotten it. I was awake, I'd pissed myself. I lied there in my own piss for a long time, afraid to move. Heart racing, sweating. Finally bolted out of the room screeching, and of course woke everybody up and got yelled at. Got punished for pissing in my bed. Slept with the lamp on for years after that. Kid's imagination, most likely. An actual physical encounter I don't disbelieve, but as an adult I don't share the story with people in my life. They'll just say that you're crazy or laugh, and I'm not really thinking it's that funny myself. I just know at the time it felt real and I was awake and never ever want to feel that again. I think something is outside of my home. It started when I went to go put laundry in the wash one day. We have a laundry room attached to our building, and it was broad daylight, so I wasn't exactly feeling nervous about anything. I got about 20 feet from the walkway and alleyway to the washroom. I smelt the worst rotting animal smell I've ever smelled in my life. Not only that, as soon as I smelled it, I got the strongest fight-or-flight reaction I've ever felt. Ran back to my unit, locked the door, and had a small anxiety attack. Waited about 15, maybe 20 minutes before going back out. When I did, there was no smell. I felt normal. Fast forward about a week later. My husband and I are outside, about 1 a.m. maybe, smoking a cigarette. That's when we heard what sounded like a dying dog. We live right off a major interstate, so we assumed an animal must have been hit. We started walking towards the direction of this noise, sort of wheezing, like a wheezing whine, a terribly sad noise. We got to the edge of our parking lot. We got to the pavement, the wheezing dog noise turned into what sounded like an owl hooting. And I understand owls make strange noises. I was raised in Texas. I've heard many. But this was not an owl. The longer we listened to it, the more it sounded like a person trying to mimic an owl. My husband called out, "Hey, is somebody there?" pretty loudly. Just silence. We stood quiet a few moments before the owl noise completely stopped, the sound of an unnatural laugh echoing from the trees. The only way I can describe this noise is like when a deaf person laughs. Like they can't hear how they sound, so it kind of sounds off a bit. I don't mean to sound rude, truly. That's just the only way I know to describe it. It felt like ice water was in my veins as soon as I heard it. Both of us just felt an extreme fear in that moment and ran back to the house. I could explain off all these things if I hadn't seen what I'd seen next. A few days later, I'm outside smoking. It's 7 p.m. and I saw 2 men walking on the same side of the street where I'd heard the noise a few nights prior. They walked past the trees a little ways, but then stopped. It was dusk, so light was low and one of them turned on their phone light and shined it into the trees before jumping back. Both men took off at full sprint away from the tree line. I have no idea what they saw, and I didn't hear anything, but there was pure fear there. The most frustrating part was I was looking right at them and saw absolutely nothing. Fast forwarding about a week later, I get a text while I'm at work from my husband telling me that he heard our daughter talking and laughing in the field across the street. He was 100% sure that it was her. That was until he realized she was inside her room. He said it sounded just like her. Fast forward again a few days later, found dried blood on my door jamb, as well as scratches near the doorknob and more dried blood at the bottom of my door. My neighbor had their internet cables cut and told me that somebody had tried to open their door the night it happened, then slammed their body against the door trying to break in. My neighbor said he forced himself out of the door, ready to confront whoever was there, but there was no one. We constantly hear things on the roof, things in the alley behind our place. Our dog will run to the door at random hours and sniff and growl like someone's there. I probably made a mistake by calling out to this thing, whistling at night, trying to antagonize it. I desperately want a recording. I have one recording of its noises, and it sounded like an owl, but towards the end there's this low, inexplicable moan that comes from the same place the owl sounds are coming from. It's hard to hear, and it ends very abruptly. I don't feel like this is good enough. No one believes me. Something's out there. I know it. I feel it watching me. If I curse it or try to lure it out, it goes completely silent or does that horrible laugh. I can never seem to catch the laugh or any of the noises. As soon as I hit record, it usually stops. I don't know how to explain this, but I know I'm not crazy. So please, if somebody can help me, I really want to know what this thing is. Pictures of the blood in the door and the scratches and the video of the owl and the sounds and the moan. I just feel like nobody will take this seriously. It always smells like a corpse when it's around, and it's the sort of biggest sign something isn't right. I brought it up to one of my native coworkers and said that, leave it be. Wash the blood from your door and stop trying to talk to it. He wouldn't tell me anything else. I don't know if this is a Wendigo, a skinwalker, or something else entirely, but I've never felt such dread and fear as I do when I hear or smell it out there. Please, someone, anyone, if you know what this is, please tell me. Tell me I'm not losing my mind, and if it's real, how do I make it go away? Noises behind closed locker doors, and an encounter. This is something I experienced back in 2019 while studying in secondary level. Before I start, my school is really old, and it should be considered as a historic site. During the Japanese invasion, bodies were buried beneath our school floors. Already chills are sent down my spine writing this. It was around 1 p.m. after lunch break. I wanted to collect my books from my locker, which are situated at the highest floor of our school. Before entering, you'll see the statue of Mary glaring at you. It's scrutinizing your every move. It was already frightening to see her haunting face, but the location itself was already isolating. When you reach one side of the hallway, it's filled with lockers. The other is a storeroom. In front of you is a science lab. Anyways, I went to the further end of the hallway to collect my books. As I was walking, I felt dread weighing over my shoulders. I felt that something was amiss. I ignored my instincts, which later is going to cost me. I sat on the floor, just taking my sweet time removing books from the locker. I heard footsteps. They were made from a heel within the science lab. The sound was extremely loud as the floors were made of wood. I paused, really tried to focus on the sudden noise. It grew louder with each passing minute before it coming to a halt. I peered into the classrooms in the lab, but nobody was there. The sky grew gloomy. I stood there waiting for somebody to appear, but after minutes of waiting, there was no sign of teachers. In fear, I paced toward the exit. After a few steps, I heard voices of children laughing and running around right behind me. This was odd, since children shouldn't even be here as a secondary school. The noise wasn't even from outside, since it was a Monday and there weren't any physical activities on the field of the day, or the first day, rather. I sped up my walk, and suddenly all the lockers in unison were making loud, like brash noises from inside, like the inside. I jumped 10 steps, almost broke an ankle, and ran back to my classroom, cried in front of everyone. Everybody thought I was hysterical. And I never went back up again. Told my classmates to bring my books from upstairs. In my final year, no joke, my locker was situated on the lowest level as well, but different building. Lucky. The creepy case of the Barari deaths. After being a farmer family living in a desert, the Chundawat decided it was time for a change, moved to northern Delhi. That was 1989 after selling all their farmlands. Initially, it was just Bhopal, his wife, the youngest son. They moved out, but over the following 2 decades, the rest of the family moved along with him. By 2007, 12 Chandawats were living in the same house in Delhi. The family's main source of income came from their grocery and plywood shop, which they had set up on the first floor of their house. In fact, the family made good profits from the shop, and this was not just because of the quality of their goods, but also because of their warm personality. Bhopal had a really friendly personality. The neighborhood saw him as a father figure and his wife, Narayani, as a mother figure. Thus, they called them Daddy and Mommy. Narayani was a really caring woman. They had a habit of giving food and drinks to the workers on the streets, and also took care of the kids of the locality. Other Chundawat, who were Bhopal's 3 children, their 2 wives and his 5 grandchildren, were always present in the store. They were also well respected. Bhopal met his demise in 2007. The family suddenly lost their patriarch, but despite such a big loss, the family handled the situation quite well. Following Bhopal's death, the family started to improve in every aspect. They also started spending longer hours at the store, which led them to set up another store with their profits. Also, the family members' health significantly improved and completely gave up on alcohol and tobacco. Even the kids of the family changed and they started doing better in school. Although the neighbors noticed this sudden improvement in the family, they were only happy about it. They didn't question anything. But as things unfolded, they would understand the creepiness that was causing these changes. The Chundawats, who always opened their store at 6 in the morning, didn't open until the 1st of July in 2018, and they were not responding to their neighbors' calls. Eventually, a 70-year-old neighbor walked to their house to check on the family, make sure they were all right. He didn't get a response, despite knocking on their door multiple times. As he kept knocking, he accidentally twisted the doorknob, and to his surprise, the door opened. As he entered the house yelling out the names of the family members, he saw something so terrifying that he literally fainted. He ran out of the house screaming in fear. The police were eventually informed. The police officer who initially checked the house at first wasn't able to stay in for more than 10 seconds. Just like that 7-year-old neighbor ran out of it before, eventually going back with the other officials. During their investigation, the police found 11 hidden diaries that gave full insight into the road to this dreadful site. Road to tragedy. Shortly after Bhopal's death, the Chundawats called a priest to help them with a prayer that honored their lost patriarch. During the prayer, Bhopal's youngest son, named Lalit, started chanting, captured the attention of the other family members. A few years back, Lalit met with an accident that took away his ability to speak. Thus, the family were completely shocked hearing him speak out of the blue, and his chants continued. They heard his voice slowly transform into Bhopal's voice. After this incident, Lalit kept his newly found voice. Although the initial days after this event were completely normal, things started to quickly change from the 7th of September of 2007. From this day onwards, Lalit started laying out rules for the family, and the number of these rules kept increasing. These rules ranged from what, when, and how they ate to what and how they sold things in their shop. The intensity of the rules kept increasing every day, and at one point, it felt as if the family were going through punishment. Lalit told the family that Bopal was possessing him every night, and he used his body to write down these rules to help them save their souls. In line with these rules, the family had to reach the house before 9 p.m., and 9 p.m., or rather, at 9 p.m., Lilith would be possessed by Bopal and lead a prayer which lasted for almost 30 minutes. And with time, the family completely accepted Lilith as Bopal, and everybody except Bopal's wife addressed him as Daddy. With the weirdness continuing, Bopal's grandchildren grew up, and on the June of 17th, or the 17th of June as we say, they organized a grand engagement party. A couple of weeks later, they invited one of their neighbors for dinner, and this neighbor noted that everything was completely normal, and everything the family talked to him about the wedding, which was a few months away, pretty normal too. 2 days after this dinner, the family didn't open their shop, which led to the 70-year-old neighbor finding them dead in their house. The terrible discovery. 10 members of the Chundwood family were found hanging dead in the front hallway. They were hanging in a circular pattern while being very close to each other. While their hands and feet were tied together, their eyes were blindfolded with strips of cloth, their mouths were taped, and their ears were sealed with cotton balls. Underneath their hanging bodies were toppled over black stools. The remaining member of the family, which was Bopal's wife, was lying dead in her bed with the belt next to her. The police initially thought they were murdered, but upon reading the diaries, they understood that what happened was far more sinister. Lilith, who was apparently possessed by Bopal, told his family members that in order to truly save their souls, they had to do a ritual, which he called Bod Tapasya. And in this ritual, the family members had to hang like the root of a banyan tree. The family practiced performing this ritual for 8 days, and during these practice sessions, they learned to tie up their hands and legs and put their heads through a noose, tie the knot, blindfold themselves, and seal with their ears with their tied hands. On the day of the ritual, the family sacrificed burnt offerings and proceeded to do the Bod Tapasya. Lilith and his wife helped the other family members. They helped to get themselves into the hanging position. And since Narani was not able to get into this position, they took her into the bedroom and strangled her to death with the belt that was lying near her. Once she showed no more movement, they undid the belt, went back to the hall to complete the ritual. They walked around the room, toppling the stools on which the family members were standing and thus hanging them to death. Once they made sure everybody was dead, Lilith and his wife tied their limbs, put their head through the noose, taped their mouths, blindfolded themselves, sealed their ears, and toppled the stools. The stools that they were standing on. Aftermath. The family strongly believed that upon the completion of this ritual, Bopal would walk right into the room and save them from dying. To prove it, they believed that Bopal would change the color of the water that was left in a cup near their bodies. They had even left the front door unlocked to make it easier for Bopal to come in and save them. The family were extremely confident that they would not die from the ritual, but things would turn out to be completely different. According to many psychologists, the suicides were because of a shared psychotic disorder, but Lilith's elder brother, who stayed in Rajasthan, claims that it was a planned murder. So was it a suicide driven by delusion or a well-planned murder, or the work of something paranormal that pretended to be Bopal? I leave it to your judgment. The mysterious case of the SS Aurang Medan. Eerie distress signals. In 1947, multiple Dutch, American, and English ships picked up a disturbing Morse code distress signal from a random area of the Indian Ocean. The distress signal said that an officer, including a captain, are dead, lying in chart room and bridge. Possibly whole crew is dead. This message was followed by meaningless Morse code, after which it said, "I die." After conveying this message, the signal ended. After hearing the signal, the ships that heard it were able to determine the exact location from where it was sent. It was determined that the ship that sent it was a Dutch freighter ship. It was named the SS Orang Medan, and the signal seemed to be coming from the end of the Strait of Malacca. As this location was close to an American merchant ship named the Silver Star, they tried sending return signals to the Orang Medan, but despite trying multiple times, they never got any reply. Thus, the captain of the Silver Star decided to reroute, sail towards the Orang Medan. Boarding the Orang Medan. A couple of hours later, the sailors of the Silver Star discovered the Orang Medan at a distance. The ship appeared to be completely down, was drifting through the water with its flow. This sight, combined with the distress signal that they'd received earlier, made them anxious about the state of the Orang Medan's crew. As they went closer and closer to the ship, the crew noticed that the ship appeared completely deserted. There was no one on board. All the lights of the ship were off. They started blowing their whistles, sending Morse code signals to the ship to get the attention of its members. They didn't get any response. With the obscurity surrounding the Orang Medan growing, the captain of the Silver Star decided to board the ship. After boarding the ship, the crew members of the Silver Star found multiple crew members of the Orang Medan lying dead on the deck. All of their corpses were lying on their back with hands stretched in front of them. It appeared as if they were defending themselves from an assault. All of their dead faces depicted extreme fear. Also, their dog appeared to have died while growling at something. Corpses, corpses, and even more. That's right, corpses. The crew members of the Silver Star were caught entirely off guard by what they had just seen, but they kept walking to the ship. As they made their way to the bridge, they found multiple other crew members of this, well, they were all in the same position. The only corpse that was in a different position was the body of the person who sent the distress signal. He apparently died while still sending the signal, as his finger was still on the telegraph. After completely checking the ship and discovering multiple other corpses, the crew members of the Silver Star descended into the bowels of the ship. They were greeted by strangeness. With no ventilation in the boiler room above it, the bowel is always very hot, but the bowel of the Orang Medan was uncharacteristically cold. In fact, the crew members of the Silver Star said they felt as if it was around 4 degrees Celsius. Despite so many dead crew members, the Orang Medan only had its engine turned off. It didn't have any notable damage. Also, the dead members didn't have any external injuries. All of them were rapidly decomposing. This was particularly strange as the crew had sent distress signals just a few hours before getting discovered. The explosion of the Orang Medan. Not knowing what caused their death, the captain of the Silver Star ordered his crew members to not touch any of those bodies. He decided to tow the ship to the mainland, seek the help of experts to understand what truly happened to its members. Thus, they tied a tow line to the Orang Medan and started sailing toward the mainland. Then, a few moments after moving the Orang Medan, the crew members of the Silver Star started seeing smoke coming from its insides. The smoke exponentially increased with time. They decided to cut off the tow line. Moments after cutting off the tow line, the Orang Medan completely exploded. It exploded with so much force that it was literally lifted out of the water fully, quickly sank into the depths of the ocean. The explosion of the Orang Medan left behind no proof of its strangeness. The captain of the Silver Star and his crew members headed to mainland in search of answers to the thing they witnessed inside the sunken ship. They weren't able to find any. The only proof of this incident is the testimonies of the crew members of the Silver Star and the other ships that received the disturbing distress signals of the Orang Medan. Had a paranormal encounter, but I'm a pretty scientific and skeptical guy, so this was huge. We were going on a hike. There's this spooky abandoned train tunnel in my state where a bunch of people died. It was like 100 years ago. So now it's haunted, allegedly. Brought one friend of mine with me on the hike since it was a long one. The area and scenery were beautiful, but the tunnel itself was something else. My buddy, let's call him Ed, he was a bit more nervous than me. Didn't want to go too far in. Wanted to go as far as I could, which turned out to be not that far, because the tunnel was blocked by implausible debris. But wait, there's a small hole on the side of the debris mound. Turns out I could crawl through it, so I asked, "Hey Ed, you feel like crawling?" "Nah, dude, no thanks." So I took off my pack and coat and squirmed on through. On the other side was the rest of the tunnel, but with water that went up to the nearly top of the mound on the other side, as far as the eye can see. Dang. I'd have to swim in icy cold and nasty water for who knows how long to keep exploring. Nah. So I decided to crawl back. My buddy Ed was nervous, but we weren't done yet. Next, we busted out one tool for detecting ghosts, an EMF reader. Somebody who was pretty scientific, I tested it multiple times and made sure that it was working before bringing it. We decided to try and contact ghosts in the tunnel. I was pretty confident nothing would happen. We turned off all the electronics and lights, so it was pitch black. Just the EMF reader was on. I asked pretty basic questions to the ghost. I asked it to come in front of my scanner, so I'd know it was there. We did this for a while. No reading, nada. No surprise. So we headed back. Decided to keep my EMF reader on. And then as we were walking back, suddenly it goes to 2 lights. Thought maybe our flashlights were causing it, so we then turned them off. Nope, still 2 lights. Reset the device, 2 solid lights. Think something's here, dude. Adrenaline started flowing into my body now, yet I was still skeptical. I started asking questions again. Then my EMF signal got even stronger. We were both getting chills and the hair on our skin were standing. Around this time we heard something kind of like a distant cough, but it was so fast it was easy to dismiss. I reset the device again. Still getting a strong signal from something. It's not coming from us. I then said, "Is it alright if we just stay in the tunnel with you a bit longer?" The meter instantly went back to 0. Surprised but confident now, I asked, "Do you want us to leave?" Then it instantly went back up to high. Okay, I was pretty convinced at this point. Headed for the entrance to the tunnel and discussed our experience. When we were at the entrance, we noticed that the EMF was picking up another signal. It was just above and to the side of us now. But if you sort of pointed it in a different direction, there was nothing. We left after that. We think the ghost may have been hanging out by the entrance, waiting for us to leave. You could always say that the EMF was faulty, picking up something else, but I'm sure that the device was working. Tested it so many times before and after, and there was nothing on us producing EMF. And considering that we didn't get any readings in there for the vast majority of the time that we were there, truly mind-boggling. Still processing it. Casper the Backpack Ghost. I've always been lonely, and maintaining relationships felt like a chore, trying to force a smile and pantomime along with the usual script. So one day I decided I'd make my own friend, Casper. I always envied little kids who have their imaginary friends. Decided to get my own from my mid-teens. I didn't make up a lot about Casper. I always imagined a lonely boy, quiet and good-natured, there to listen, invisible to the world. It was absurd and humiliating that I made up an imaginary friend, so I'd mostly joke around about him, and I was doing that with others. When I was alone, I dropped to my knees and poured out my heart to an empty room, telling him my problems, my hopes and dreams, in which I hated myself. This summer, I was headed down deep south, lower border of Mississippi and Louisiana. I was going down there for a change of scenery, give myself a mental health vacation. Things were bad when I got down there. Never stayed at one house for more than a day, and I had learned to keep everything I needed in my backpack. I was tossed around from house to house. My backpack and I stayed together as I was sort of ping-ponged around. One weekend I stayed at my cousin's house. We were only 2 days apparently in age, and shared many of the same interests. We spent the night running around with fake katanas and watching anime. My cousin has a terrible fear of the concept of other entities, so as we laid in bed together getting ready to turn off the light, I told her that there's nothing to worry about. My best friend Casper was here. He might seem a little creepy, but he's fiercely loyal to those he loves, protects us from any harm. Pointed right next to the bed and smiled, saying, "Good night, Casper." I turned off the light, and that was it. The next day we got up early. We were going to meet up with my cousin's coworker to go to a haunted historical site, Myrtle Mansion in Louisiana. We were all packed and ready to leave. I took one long look at my backpack and decided to leave it behind. It had everything I owned in it and I loved in it. But it would just be unnecessary weight. So I dropped it in my cousin's bed right on the foot of the bed. Both of us remember me putting it there. We head out meeting our group at the restaurant they worked at a few miles to town. We all headed to the back, started to sort of hop into their truck. Sitting in the back, I feel something in my feet. I look down to see a backpack, but it looked just like mine. I slowly reached down and unzipped it. It was my backpack. I'd never been in this truck in my life. It didn't even know my name, much less what I was saying. My cousin and I both confirmed that I left my backpack in the house in her bedroom. Yet somehow, a 20-pound backpack magically appeared. I was shook. My imaginary world just bled into the real world. I stared at that backpack for the whole 2-hour car ride. When we arrived, I questioned everybody and they knew nothing. Not even that I even had a bag in the first place. I look at my cousin and then look around me as the tourists bustled around us. Then I got a text from an old friend who I hadn't talked to, who was a Wicca. Randomly out of the blue at that exact moment, they texted me asking how I was doing. I looked up and out loud thanked Casper before going to the restaurant and enjoyed my day. I was hugging my backpack. I played with the Ouija board as a kid, but terrorized by something for months. I'm looking for some answers to what happened to me when I was 12. I'm 23 now, and these events still loom over me. So at the time, I was living in Virginia with my parents and 2 step-siblings. We had recently moved into a newly built townhouse development. Our townhouse had 3 floors in total. The upstairs area is where the bedrooms were located. The living room and kitchen were on the main floor. The basement was my sister's bedroom. And at the time, I was becoming increasingly interested in the paranormal. I would wind up watching all sorts of ghost shows on television, and eventually I learned what a Ouija board was, and I wanted one. But I knew I wouldn't by any means, be able to buy a real one myself. I knew my parents wouldn't approve. So I opted to make my own. I created a template on a piece of cardboard, carefully replicating what a real one would look like. And for the planchette, I used a plastic square-shaped lid that was the perfect size. I heard that it wasn't safe to use it by myself. I didn't have any friends in the area at the time, so I asked my sister if she would try it with me. She was reluctant at first, but after some convincing, she was game. Her uncle had recently passed a few months prior, so we decided to try to contact him. We set the board up in the basement, her bedroom, like a picture of her uncle next to us. We both lightly put our fingers on the makeshift planchette, and I began to ask questions like, "Uncle, are you here with us tonight?" And to both of our surprise, it didn't take long to get a response. The planchette moved to yes with force. At first, I assumed that my sister was messing with me. But soon I would be proved wrong, because she started crying very hard. After a few more questions with responses, my sister informed me that she wanted to stop. I don't remember what else we asked because it was so long ago, but I don't remember that planchette would move with haste every question. We ended by informing her uncle, in quotes, that we were leaving, moving the piece to goodbye. Afterwards, it took some time for my sister to calm down, and I was pretty blown away myself. Strange things started happening to me almost immediately after. After we had finished using the board, we both went upstairs to calm down and watch TV. 30 minutes later, I heard a bang come from the basement. I went downstairs to investigate. I found that the planchette had moved from goodbye to no, and the picture on the wall had fallen down. Well, this disturbed me, so afterwards I opted to tear up the board and throw it away. After I did this, I assumed that was the end of it. And for my sister it was. But I didn't know that this was, going to be the beginning of months of pure terror for me. I don't know why, but whatever this thing was attached to me, my sister didn't have any odd occurrences afterwards. Meanwhile, I started noticing strange things happening. It started small at first. I noticed our family dog would all of a sudden refuse to come into my bedroom. I'd pick him up and take him into my room anyways. When he was in there, he would act very strange. His ears would stick straight up and his eyes would fixate on certain corners of my room. He would whine and bark, and occasionally his head would dart around like he was watching something move around. Then I was sitting in my room another one, watching TV, laughing at a show I was watching, and my school binders were sitting all the way at the foot of my bed. I was sitting at the head of the bed, a good distance away. One of my binders slid all the way across my bed, hitting me in the arm. This freaked me out, and I informed my parents. They told me I was just imagining things. Weird things like this kept happening to me. One time I walked into the kitchen during the day by myself. A sponge that was sitting on the dining room table just suddenly flew across the room with force. I continued to experience things like this, and they started becoming more frequent. I talked to my sisters about it, and she told me that nothing odd was happening for her. I was a mess at the time, and I did not want to go home. I'd often try to go to a friend's house after school instead, which most of the time didn't work out. Talked to my parents again, and go figure, they thought I was making it up for attention again. After a little bit of going through it, I had the most terrifying night of my life. This event still sends shivers down my spine when I think of it. It traumatized me. Although I've worked past it for the most part, I still try not to think about it. I've only told a few people in my life about this because it sounds like a straight-up lie. And this night was the climax of my experiences. After this happened, the activity completely stopped. One night I was laying in my bed. It was 2 or 3 in the morning. I couldn't sleep, so I was just laying there. My whole family was asleep and the house was completely dark. I slept with my door open at the time, and the only light source was a blue light emanating from my radio in my room. It was just bright enough to illuminate my room itself. I had my blanket over my head covering half my face, but I could still see my room from waist height down to the floor. To my horror, as I laid there with my eyes open, a black figure entered my field of vision near the foot of my bed. It was next to my bed. There was no color on it, and whatever this was, it was a pure pitch black with no obvious features. I was paralyzed with fear. Couldn't scream or move. I just laid there as I watched this thing slowly move down my bed until it stopped right in front of my face. I then felt a hand placed on my head to the blanket that was over me. The hand rested there for a second, then began moving in a circular motion for a few seconds. Eventually, the hand lifted as I watched the dark figure just slowly move away and then out of the room. This was the last thing that ever happened. After that, it just completely stopped as fast as it started. This whole ordeal has left a huge impact on my life. It's the first time I'm sharing this story online. I haven't tried until now because I didn't want to type it out and relive it. I'm more curious as to what the fuck happened to me and what that thing was. I think that I should also add that aside from anxiety and depression issues, I'm mentally sound. I've never experienced hallucinations or delusions. And I know that, what happened to me was real. Gettysburg Ghost. Genuine sighting. This really happened. Take my word for it. If you wish, you don't have to. That's fine too. As far back as I can remember, I've always enjoyed learning about history, including military history. As an early teen, my dad got a copy of Time Life's The Civil War Gettysburg. I looked through it and read it constantly. I was particularly drawn to a photo of a deceased soldier. It was at Devil's Den. Never forgot it. Fast forward about 20 years. My wife and I decide to finally visit Gettysburg on Halloween for our wedding anniversary. My first stop had to be Devil's Den. Gettysburg Military Park had tons of one-way little roads, and the road towards Devil's Den had a few. We missed a turn or something and got lost. It was approaching evening, but not dark yet. It was overcast with a little drizzle. My wife and I were hungry. Decided to come back tomorrow. Driving back into town, I pulled up to a deserted road that was only about a 4-way stop. This is where we saw it. Sitting at the stop sign, I automatically looked to make sure that it was clear to drive off. As I was about to pull away, I saw something to my left that was probably close enough to reach out and touch. There, floating midair about torso height, was what looked like a cotton button shirt that I believe was dark gray. It was torn to pieces and fluttering violently as the hurricane winds were blowing. I don't remember sounds or smells. There was no blood, and I don't recall seeing any body parts, just this shirt. My brain didn't or couldn't register what I was seeing. I looked at this apparition for about 10 seconds, then drove off. A moment after that, I turned to my wife without saying a word. She was smiling at me and asked, "Did you see it?" Every word of this is true, and every event happened. There's no mistaking what my wife and I saw. No mistaking it for anything other than what it was. Someone joins me every night in bed. I live alone. Every night when I would settle in for bed, almost without fail, it feels like someone else comes in and lays down next to me. First, it feels like a cat jumps like they do when they want to join and cuddle a pile, but thing is, I don't own a cat. A short while later, I'll feel the bed shift like it would when, like, a significant other comes to bed themselves. This is long before I fall asleep or even get close to it. I usually watch an episode or two of something and let it settle my mind before sleeping. This usually happens in the first few minutes once I'm settled in. There's no strange feelings or cold chills, nor the pressure in the chest that comes with sleep paralysis. I'm trying to remain a skeptic about this, but I swear I can feel the bed shifting with the weight of somebody who isn't there. Once I swear I got bopped on the face by something. I've tried Google, but online were more people just asking about this. So I know I'm not the only one, at least. Is there a name for this phenomenon? Is it like a normal part of sleep? It's far from disruptive in my life, but it's piqued my interest in a very Fox Mulder sort of way. It might also be worth noting that I work the night shift, so I end up sleeping most often during the day. It doesn't matter what hour I go to lay down to sleep. It always happens. No matter what hour you guys are going to sleep, sweet dreams.